Okay, and looks like we are live. So, welcome to Cub's Corner, another Cub's Corner, and this time Cub and Greg face the creature from the Black Lagoon because it will be also about the Jack Arnold movies. And I have with me here my good friend from Texas, O'Mega Greg, who is going to moderate this stream again.
Excellent. Hello, everyone from the great state of Texas. Hope everyone in Germany and around the world is having a great day.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we would have a great day if we would have also defeated Corona like you in Texas.
Well, we're mask free now, or at least legally.
Yeah, but Greg, please tell our audience how did you manage that? How could you defeat the most deadly virus ever on the face of Earth? How could you manage that? Was there a big fight or something like that?
Something like that, I guess.
So there are no tests anymore in Texas. How can people when they think about that, is it now really that everything is over? You have a normal life again?
It hasn't got back to normal, but things are open 100% and no longer legally required to wear a mask, although some places still want you to do that.
Oh, there are still some places who want masks. Why?
Well, you'll have to ask them.
Since it's
Perhaps
not
they're scared. You know, there's been a tremendous campaign.
Yeah, but Greg, it's not mandatory anymore. So people don't have to wear masks. Just if the shop owner says, in my shop,
Yes,
only with
that's
masks.
correct. You know, only if the shop owner requires it.
Yeah, but
And some
Greg,
do, and some don't.
yeah, but Greg, if that's the case, then somebody without mask can sue the shop owner, can say, yeah, but that's discrimination.
That's possibly true. I'm not a legal expert.
Yeah, but it sounds reasonable or not? Would because
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to happen.
yeah, yes.
Probably violation of constitutional right.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know. Y'all don't have a constitution in Germany, or do y'all have one? I'm not sure.
No, constitution. We never have heard of that, something like that. But we
Well,
have
the Bill of Rights and whatnot. It's
no,
very
no, no,
important.
no. But we have Merkel. Merkel. If we don't know about the law, we just ask her what is allowed and what is not allowed. What can I think, or am I allowed to say that or not? And she tells us. She tells us exactly what to do. Everything. She tells us when we can leave the home and when we should stay at home, and who we can meet and with how many people we can meet.
Yeah. Well, we got states like that. California's, very strict, and its governor, I don't know.
Yes,
Anyway, we're an entertainment program, so we don't want to get too far off topic here.
Yeah, but just I was curious just myself, and I'm happy for you, really, that it seems like to go at least in your county or country like in normal ways. You now just have to get rid of this Biden fuck, and then everything's is going to go the right way.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he'll do a good job, but.
And of course, you have to get rid of these Democrats, the real fascists.
They really do seem to have that tendency. It's sad. It didn't used to be that way, but
hey, you
lately
can tell them we here in Germany we don't like it when they copy us, and we have copyright on the fascism thing. If the Democrats,
I'll tell them that. They might be worried about being sued, huh?
Yeah, they will get the hell out of them sued here from Germany if they try if they continue to make this fascism without paying their dues to us.
So, do you want to go through our topics for the day that we might or might not get to? Hopefully, we will, or just
Hey,
plunge in without.
hey, Greg, I'm not the moderator.
But it is
I
your
don't,
show.
I don't have to. Hey, that's why you promoted to moderator. There is no money, not more money or something like that, but more work. Didn't you get
Okay,
that?
so basically, it's an entertainment broadcast. We touched on politics. We can touch on
Mm.
anything, but that's not our primary focus. But people aren't banned from saying whatever they want. They can speak up. Me, Cub, if there were other people. It's really not a restrictive environment here. Basically, we're going to go over some of the newer shows that are out. Resident Alien, the videos that Cub has made recently, maybe some videos I've made on my channel, which is Euler Greg. My brother's channel, the High Ground Cantina, just launched. We might mention a couple of his things. Pennyworth, season 1. The Boys, season 2. WandaVision, season 1. Falcon and Winter Soldier. I think there's only one episode out. We've seen that.
Yeah, thanks God.
And the Snyder cut of Justice League. I'm sure
Oh my
Cub will
God.
be happy and positive and flowing with just great information and a positive attitude about all of this stuff.
Yes, yes. I think it's even better than the first one. The
And
Snyder one.
we did not get to Omega Man like we were supposed to last time, so we'll try to get to that at the end, and also possibly the new movie Freaky, like a Freaky Friday kind of sequel. We might get to that, and
Yeah.
that's about it. The Jack Arnold part. Yeah, that's about all I got. So, what do you want to start with?
I want to start with saying hello to Brent and to Moomin. Hi. Nice to see you here. Uh, no, Greg, it's on you. You are the moderator. What do you think? What should we talk first about? Because this sounds all so exciting. Oh my God. What do you think, Greg? What's the first thing?
Well, let's see. What about your latest videos?
Oh, you mean Jack Arnold?
Yeah, the
Jack
Jack Arnold thing. You wanted
Jack
to speak about that.
the Jack Arnold retrospective. Okay, let's go. Let's start with the Jack Arnold retrospective. Not that it goes like last time where we called the stream Omega, something with Omega Man or whatever, and never talked about it. Oh, that was really a shame. So this time, now we start directly with it. So my first question to you, Greg, did you? I think you have seen all the Jack Arnold movies, at least the ones, the interesting ones, the science fiction and horror ones.
Oh yeah, classic movies. I believe I
Yes,
have seen them all.
yes, they're all classics, and I just would like to ask you go through them like they were released back then, starting with the first one. It came from outer space. Can you remember that one?
Yes, I can.
And
I think in that one, one of the things that was interesting was the aliens weren't so hostile.
yes, yes, they were kind of, they just were stranded there on Earth, and they weren't not against the Earthlings. They didn't want to invade or something like that. They just wanted to go home, but they had to repair their ship before that. It reminds me a little bit on the ET story, or not?
Yeah, basically their car broke down.
Yes, and it reminds me also on Resident Alien. But the difference to Resident Alien, the alien wants to destroy Earth. It came by to destroy it and had an accident. Couldn't destroy Earth, so it's stuck here.
It sounds like Cub, doesn't it?
Yeah. So this poor guy stuck here. Just wanted to destroy the Earth, and yeah, but in this time it came from outer space. The aliens are not don't want to destroy anybody, but they have to take kind of desperate measures to get their ship repaired. And then you get scenes that they take people hostile and duplicate them, kind of, or go as them or something like that. And that's where you have the scenes where they look like robots or something like that. They don't
almost like pod people.
Yes, exactly. That is the thing what I wanted to talk about.
Like a forerunner of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, you think?
Yes, it really reminded me of that. Didn't you get this body snatcher vibe from it?
Yeah,
these scenes?
yeah, I did. Except they seemed less. I don't know. I hate to keep using the word hostile, but it's not like they were trying to destroy everyone. Body snatchers, they'd do the pod and then they'd kill you off.
Yes, the body snatchers, it's even worse because because body snatchers, they kill you. They kill you that they can copy you. So so yeah.
But they did make better copies that way, less robotic.
Yes, but less. Yeah, but the copies in body snatchers act a little bit robotic because they have no emotions, or it seems like they have really kind of very little emotions or no emotions whatsoever, because they also think that humans are too emotional. This is one of their problems, they think. And but the copies it came from outer space. They are just robotic because they don't know how to act otherwise. They don't know the behavior here from humans, and probably they don't.
I think the process they use in Invasion of the Body Snatchers drains all the intelligence out, and perhaps that causes helps to cause the death. So by not having that process, they don't gain the information necessary to interact on a daily basis, but they also don't kill the host.
Yeah, and it's interesting. You said that already, that it is kind of a predecessor to Invasion of the Body Snatchers, which is true, because Invasions of the Body Snatchers is 3 years later. It's from 1956, so it predates it, really.
You think they copied from it?
No. Body Snatchers is of course based on a book. So the movie copied the book, and the book is I think from 1950 or 1940, so and so.
So they just happen to have similar plots.
Yeah, it's just yeah, it's kind of little coincidence, and also won't forget, Body Snatchers is it's in itself a copy of Puppet Masters and things like that. So
that's true.
So yeah, there are some similarities, and it's the thing is, what they all have in common is they all are aliens that want to portray humans, but how to do that? And it's interesting that they all came up with the same solution, that what makes a human are his emotions. So if you want to pretend to be not human, you leave out the emotions. So everything that pretends not to be human comes off like a robot. For us, we just see somebody acting like a machine, and because the emotions are missing. So it's
you would think it's logical that emotions might be the hardest if you're an alien to copy. For example, if you were to go to another planet and try to take over an alien body, you might be able to copy his day-to-day activities, but something like emotion, an alien emotion, how could you even begin to copy that?
Yes, and what I think is interesting aspect to kind of reduce humans to their emotions, and also to pretend that alien species doesn't have emotions. So kind of like this is an exclusive for humans. This is the biggest strength and also biggest weakness and things like that, which I kind of I think this is kind of what do you call when somebody is arrogant? It's kind of arrogant thinking. Something like, oh, we are humans. We are the only ones who have emotions in the whole galaxy. It's like with the humans and the animals, where people say humans are the only one who have a consciousness. Animals don't have that, and things like that, which makes the humans the superior race or species or whatever. And it's this interesting. It's this way of thinking.
Yeah, it's convenient, isn't it?
Yes, it's really convenient because why shouldn't an alien race have emotions? If they are so emotionless, why should they care to go back to their own planet, for example? And many emotions may come directly from things that affect you directly. For example, when I slap you or something like that, then you get hurt, and your emotion, of course, is that you are hurt and you get angry and things like that. It's a direct result of what when something harms your body. So these pretending that you can separate the emotions from the being is, I don't know.
It's a bit human-centric and arrogant. As Brent says, arrogant personality. He thinks it's being called a Karen. So he's bringing it into the modern culture.
Oh, a what?
A Karen? That's like a
Yeah, Karen
you know.
Cup.
Do I need to explain that?
Yeah, no, I know. Hey, maybe the aliens are Germans, and that's why they don't have emotions.
Mummin says hashtag Black Lagoon. I think lives matter.
Yes, they do. We come to that. It's the next one on our list. So,
I think
yes,
you're right about the emotions. I think it isn't that they don't have emotions. It that the writers don't have a way of expressing alien emotions, or they're too lazy to try. And there is an arrogance, a human arrogance, when that it infuses almost all of the science fiction writing, if you were to look at it. Although in Star Trek, a lot of times you have emotions among aliens, but the aliens are very conveniently almost exactly like humans, including human bodies and whatnot. So
yeah, that's convenient.
it's convenient. But they have to be emotional for Kirk to be able to seduce them and whatnot, or confuse them. I mean, even if they're a computer, Kirk always out logics them. It's amazing.
Yes, of course. It's Kirk. What do you think? He outlogics even Spock. So no
That's true.
problem for
And to your point, Spock is the epitome of what you're talking about, because they make a alien species on the Enterprise, and what is his key thing that they have? No emotion.
Yes, but with Spock, they explained it much better, because they don't say that they don't have any emotions. They say that they want to reach this goal. It's the gold standard, kind of, to have no emotions anymore. But they are still in the evolution to that direction, because they still have emotions. It's when it comes to their ponfa or something like that, and every 7 years, and they have to go through a process to eliminate
kind of a purge, like the 7-year thing. They're able to go hyper emotional, which purges them for 7 years. And don't forget, just like you, Cub, Spock is half human.
Yeah, no, he's not like me, because he is at least half human.
Right. I was giving you credit for half.
and I'm full Cub, so there are no similarities. also, Spock is much too emotional and illogical for a German. He wouldn't make a good German. It's too emotional for that.
Is there good Germans? Oh my God. Sorry, Germany.
Yeah. So so much for his first movie. It came from outer space. Just saying, the monster. By the way, did you like the monster? It's not a monster. The aliens are not monsters, but they really look like monsters.
For very early 50s, it was okay.
Yeah. I thought even it was spectacular, because I think it was the first time where we see this thing you can watch through and has one eye in the middle. It's we call it in Germany Qualle. I don't know what Qualle means in English.
Cyclops.
Yes, Cyclops, but no, but these from the sea, who live in the sea. You can watch through them. These not fish. They are not fish. They look like octopus, but they are not octopus. They are transparent. You can look through them.
Oh, like a jellyfish?
Yes, jellyfish. Well, that's a stupid name. Well, okay. Yes, a jellyfish.
There's also Spanish man of war is another one that's a type of jellyfish.
Yes, and here Mumin said it. Jellyfish. Mumin.
Well, Mumin's always faster than me. I was hoping Brent would come up with that, but he didn't. Okay, so everybody remember, Cub said that the monsters from this movie were spectacular, and you need to check it out.
Yes, there are, and the thing is, Jack Arnold, he didn't want to show them. He wanted to make a movie without showing them even one time. That was it. That was his plan when he made the movie.
You know where movie that would have been good on? The Claw.
The Claw?
Wasn't that the one with the terrible puppet creature?
Yeah, I think so. Oh my God!
If they hadn't have shown that creature, that could have been a different. It would have been much better, because the every time they showed it, it ruined the effect of the movie.
Yes, and the thing is, Jack Arnold, he didn't want to show the monster. It was not his goal to show it, but the studio forced him to show it. They told him he has to show it, and if you watch the movie, you see that you can see the monster just one time. And before that, the main character, he asked, he want to see them, and the monsters and the aliens tell him, no, we look so hideous or something like that. It would be too much for you. We can't show ourselves, our real form. We can't show it. And and when I saw that scene, I thought, oh my God, normally this would be everything you see from the monsters, nothing. It's because Jack Arnold didn't want to show them, and the studios forced him to do that, so he had to show it at the end. And I don't know. I like the monster, how it looks like. It's great. I thought back then, oh my God, this is so cool. This is so great. But I can also see where Jack Arnold comes from, because at the end, the monster is always the weakest part of a monster movie when you see it.
But it's the most critical part for a lot of people. I mean, they're waiting to watch the monster. Imagine a Godzilla movie without, Godzilla ever showing up. Especially if you've got one of these
No.
where,
Oh, no, you mean like the 2014 one?
yeah, yeah.
I don't have to imagine that. I saw that. I'm still waiting for Godzilla to show up.
We're gonna have to do a Godzilla segment one of these days. Well, we've got we could announce that in 1 month we're going to be doing our special King Kong versus Godzilla stream.
Yes, we can announce that. No problem. We in 4 weeks after my King Kong review. Hi Jess. Jess is also here. We make that, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Maybe we talk half of it about King Kong and half of it about Godzilla. Let's see. Yeah, as I said, the monster, it's really it's cult. It has cult status. This one-eyed monster. If you can remember Futurama, it has even it's even it's the boss of here from one character. It's the boss from him or something like that. Constantly shows up this jellyfish thing.
Right?
Yeah, Mr. Blob he's called, I think, even, or Mr. Horror Blob or something like that. Yeah, but it's a mixture of the blob and of the jellyfish monster from Jack Arnold. But the monster itself is really a classic. I like it, but I also see why Jack Arnold didn't want to show it, because it's really, the monster is the most critical part of a monster movie, and we would have had something like the story Waiting for Godot, where two people are talking to each other and waiting for somebody who never shows up. And it works. It's not that it doesn't work. People, because they're still waiting for him. He never shows up, this Godot guy. And maybe, yeah, I don't know. Without monster,
Have you ever been to the ocean, Cub? Have you ever seen jellyfish in their natural environment? I've been out there at times when there are hundreds of jellyfish around the boat, and I'll tell you, they do look alien, and there's almost nothing more alien on the planet than an octopus.
Yes.
I caught one once on my rod and reel. I didn't catch him like with the hook. He actually, just refused to give up on eating the bait, and I reeled him up to the boat, and I would have let him go, but he was just so stubborn. So I set him in the boat, and he looked at me with this weird expression. He climbed up to the side of the boat. He stuck out one tentacle at me. I swear it looked like he was giving me the finger, and then he jumped over the side.
Oh, really? Oh my
Yeah,
God.
that really happened.
Hey, that's so cool. Yeah, I was.
It was very cool. It was a different. You could tell you were dealing with a totally different intelligence, unlike anything I ever encountered on the ocean.
Yes, and if you had to deal with intelligence, then it was quite opposite, like dealing with most of people nowadays. That's for sure. Because they act more stupid than jellyfish. And I saw a jellyfish in the ocean because I was in Spain.
Spain.
Yes,
They let you in Spain?
Yeah, 1996. I was in Spain in holiday, and there I was in the sea, and in the sea there were also jellyfish. So
you didn't get stung, did you?
No. We stayed away from them, of course, because they hurt when they are poison or something like that, and it's not good to be in contact with them.
Yeah, well, Digital Pollution says he stepped on a jellyfish when he was 4, and it hurt. Fracking hurt.
Yes.
Fracking hurt.
Yes, yes. As I said, it's really it's not funny if you if you have an encounter with a jellyfish normally. So yeah. So I would say let's go to the main topic because that's the next one
Yeah,
on
we
the list.
hadn't even. We're 30 minutes in, and we've only got this one thing. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
next on the list, Black Lagoon. That was his next movie, right? Jack Arnold.
Yes, Black Lagoon, creature from the Black Lagoon. So first off, did you see all three parts, Greg?
I'm sure I did, but it's been a long time.
Yeah.
I've seen the first and the second one. I'm having trouble remembering the third. I was
Yeah.
looking for it. I wanted to rewatch everything.
Yes, you are having trouble to remember the third because nothing happened there. It was really boring crap. It was
Yeah,
so
that's
bad.
probably it.
Yeah. So Revenge of the Creature, the third one.
Was
Uh,
that it?
no, no,
Yeah.
no. Wait a second. No, the creature walks among us. That was the third one. Uh,
Okay.
Revenge of the Creature was the
Revenge
second.
was the second one, wasn't it?
Yeah, Revenge, Revenge of the Creature should have been the third one, like it's Star Wars. The Revenge one must be the last one normally, not the second one. So,
So, what did
how
you
do you,
think about the first one?
the first one I really like. It's one of my all-time favorite movies because I watched it as a little kid. Uh, where we was really young, I think 10 or something like that. And so it made a huge impression on me. When I watched it back then, I watched it as a real horror movie, and I was really frightened. Uh, at least from the first scenes before the monster shows up, and when you just saw this claw at the beginning, and the atmosphere was great. It was really creepy. It is so creepy atmosphere. And of course, when I watched it again as an adult, and later, uh, I thought saw it was not creepy anymore, but it was still great. It's a great experience, and yeah, so much for me. What did you think about the first one?
Well, like you, I was quite young when I saw it originally, and it did have a creepy aspect. And I think because it was in black and white, it almost seemed surrealistic, or it's hard to describe. But myself, I wasn't so frightened. I did want to keep my fishing knife around me, which is like a buck knife that you folded. So
Yeah.
yeah, I guess I was a little intimidated by it, but I was ready to deal with any Black Lagoon creatures that came up. But also, I felt like it was kind of an anti-hero monster or creature that, in a way, the creature was sympathetic, and it was the hero of the show.
Yes.
The people who were there, they were messing with its environment. It was just doing its thing. Yes, it liked blonde girls. Who doesn't like a blonde girl? You know.
Yeah,
So
the blood.
I could
Yeah,
totally sympathize. She's there dangling, right in his freaking pond, driving him crazy. Of course, he's going to try and introduce himself. He gets, a little freaked out and grabs her. That's normal. He's a creature.
yes.
I thought he was a sympathetic figure.
Yeah, with the blonde girl, we can talk later about that, this aspect. But the movie itself, what I like with Jack Arnold movies, this is a prime example why I think Jack Arnold was not just a B film director or C film director who made some horror movies and westerns and whatever. I think he was more than that. Because his movies he has a very cool world building. Uh, when we take the Black Lagoon one, it's not like they go there and there is this monster and attacking the crew or something like that. It's not like that. They find a relic, as
Yes.
a stoned hand or something like that, a claw or not.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, and so which was already a kind of sensation that they found it. So for me, this is really like really trying to establish this world, this other world that is completely separated from the normal, from what we call normal world or civilization.
So you're
And
saying like give it a scientific foundation?
yes, give it no, but not just just that. It's also kind of established that this creature is not the only one, or there is the possibility that this creature there are more than one. Then
Yeah, there was that possibility, but you almost felt like this was the last of its kind, like the salt creature on the early Star Trek, where Kirk is rambling on about how there used to be millions of buffalo and now there's just the one. There might be more, but it sure felt like there wasn't a whole lot of them. And maybe that's why he wanted to hook up with the blonde girl too, to make more little, you know, creatures.
which doesn't make any sense, because if he is a fishman, the fishmen, they don't have sex in the way like humans. In Futurama, they make fun of that, where Fry in one episode, Fry wants to hook up with a seagull, and when he heard how they make sex like fish, they said no thanks and ran away. So yeah, but we don't know how these
We
creatures
don't know. In
yeah.
humanoids, it was pretty clear that they were able to mate with that's Humanoids from the Deep, 1981 Corman movie. Uh, and I did a review on that. But yes, they were clearly trying to mate with the human females, and this is a common theme throughout monster movies, stretching probably to this day, but certainly from the 50s through. Well, in the 50s and 60s, they implied it, but they were very explicit about it by the 80s.
Yes,
Mummin says that they just had a delicious pizza and an espresso. Can you believe that? And
probably
and now it's smoking.
yeah, probably maybe that's the reason why he kept her took her from the restaurant in this second part.
Yeah,
You wanted to just have a date with her.
he
That's
wanted
why
a date. Yes,
yeah,
he's a
probably.
sympathetic creature.
Yes. So
Didn't they made a new movie harkening back to the Black Lagoon? Isn't it The Shape of Water or something? I haven't seen it yet. It's supposed
yes,
to be a more sympathetic take. Have you seen that?
no, I haven't seen it because I couldn't stand the premise. I thought, and I'm not a fan of Guillermo del Toro. I know this is it's supposed to be a good movie. It got even Oscar nominations or Oscars
Well, we
whatsoever.
haven't seen it, so let's
Yeah,
just wait until we've seen it to make our comments
yeah.
on it.
But I was really not so much into the premise itself, uh, because I am not a fan in general of this humanization of the monsters. And I'm going into that. That's why I want to talk about this part with the blonde girl in the creature from the Black Lagoon. This trope, uh, of course, it comes from the aspect, or I don't know how you'd say it in English. There is this thing, the like we have here the beauty represented by a beautiful girl, and the monster, the beast, like Beauty and Beast. So we have this kind of opposites, where both represent yeah, like men and women in general. where you say, oh, the woman, she's pretty and looks nice and so on, and the man is like an animal. And we got that in many monster movies back then. This construct, or what you call it, starting with King Kong, by the way. So in King Kong, you also had this thing where, for some reason, the big monster ape wants something from the blonde girl, or black cat in this case. I don't know. I don't remember, but from the woman, and it's we. I don't know. It's not like that that he is in love with her or something like that in the old King Kong movie. This they did later on. It's
It's a complex relationship. You got to remember, he's alone. He's totally alone, and they're offering this sacrifice. And I think normally the sacrifices are cowering, and I believe the girl tries to like entertain him, and I think at that point he sees her as another uh, not human being, but as another intelligent life form, and he's actually able to connect with another person or another creature or another species, however you want to put it. It's a life of being totally alone, and then you have that connection, and you don't want to lose that. You might make that connection with your pet. A cub, for instance, might have a pet turtle, and this pet turtle, when that turtle looks up at you and you give him his leaf and he's chomping away, there's that connection, and you don't want to lose
No,
that.
I'm constantly shouting at the turtle that it has to move faster. But never here's what of the things I say. Like everybody else, the turtle is not better than any other and than any human. I always
Well,
say
what I'm
lazy
saying
turtle.
is, yeah, clearly there can't be like a sexual relationship uh, between them because of the size differential, but there can be something else, something perhaps more important when you're alone, uh,
Maybe.
and that's contact. We would call it human contact, but that's human centric. I think it could extend to another intelligent species like that. In this case, Kong is almost like the monsters or the aliens we had discussed earlier. He's a different being, different than our species. But to me, I think that was a believable thing in that Kong made that connection with this other uh, creature, and he didn't want to lose that. He, for the first time in his entire life, he had something besides something to fight or something to eat. He had something else.
Yeah. The thing is, what I liked back then in the original King Kong movie was that you had this kind of weird connection between Kong and the woman, but the woman was not into that at all. She was a victim the whole time, victim of this giant big ape, and so he was the threat, and of course he became an even bigger threat when they took him out of his environment, when they and everything what happened on the other side of here in New York or whatever, where they were, uh, that was of course the fault of the people who took him there, because he was taken out of his environment, and yeah, but still, in this case, he was really a monster. But we could still connect with him because it was not his fault. Up to till then, also, it was also not really his fault when they wanted to sacrifice a woman to him. He didn't tell them to do that. Here, this tribe. I'm pretty sure they did that because of some ritual they made up for themselves. Because, as I said,
What do you think happened to the previous sacrifices? There are clearly other sacrifices.
I have no clue. Maybe he smashed them or something like that. Because what
I think he played with them too hard and they died. He didn't realize how fragile they were, and he didn't see them as actual people. Or, if you were Kong, you wouldn't say people, but you'd be thinking that concept. Once he saw that, like I think it was in the original movie where she's doing a little a routine, like a vaudeville act for him. I think that won him over. That hey, this I can't break this. This is something really special. They finally gave me something cool.
No,
And
this was
and that like Jez says here, it was beauty killed the beast, Cub.
Yeah, but it was but as I said, by the way, this routine was in
And that was a great line. It wasn't. They say the airplanes got him, and the response was it wasn't the airplane. It was beauty killed the beast.
Yeah, it was crap.
That was one of the greatest lines in movie history.
No, it was one of the worst lines in movie history.
This is why we get along so well.
Yeah, and this was in the Peter Jackson one, by the way, and I couldn't stand that line. And beauty. Why should beauty kill the beast in the first? It
was his affection for her, his love for her,
yes.
That's what
came with a new interpretation in the 70s. But hey, Greg, we have to stop.
The new interpretation. What are you saying? It's from the original King Kong. He always was killed by being protective of her.
Yes, but he was kind of protective of her also in the first one because he didn't hurt her. But this affection that came from the woman was with the new interpretation in the 70s, where the woman also wanted to protect him. That started with the 70s version, the King Kong here from Dino De Laurentiis.
Well, it is like in the 70s where Wonder Woman's always having to rescue her boyfriend, Major Trevor, out of pits and stuff. It was the liberated time or whatever. And if you fell in a pit, would you not want your girlfriend to show up and get you out?
No, I have still pride. I would die rather.
You would die down in the pit rather than have Wonder Woman jump in and save your butt?
Hey, the woman is not supposed to save the man.
She's definitely supposed to.
That's
definitely
woke. That's woke culture, and I'm not into that.
So no, it's just putting them to work, man. You'd rather have her sitting over there eating grapes and doing nothing. No, a Texas girl, she's going to show up, conk the bad guys on the back of the head, probably shoot a few of them, throw you a rope, you climb out, and y'all go party. I mean, It's not woke culture. It's being with a Texas girl. Yeah, I'm not sure German girls are probably similar.
I just wanted to put a stop in our King Kong talk. Because
a stork, a plug.
Yes, because that's the talk for the King Kong review stream.
Oh, that's right. But you went on and on about it.
I know, because of the.
Why did you even bring it up? How did that come up? That wasn't on my list. Damn it.
Yeah, it came up because for me, the Creature from the Black Lagoon is kind of a King Kong remake. It's just with.
It is not a King Kong remake. Yeah, you're really stretching. You just did that so you could get me off topic and spoil the entire next show.
No, it is.
It's a Cub tactic. It's old and tried and true.
No, we have these similarities with King Kong, where you have the.
You got to save all that for the next show. You can't even stop to explain it now. We've got to move on to the next Jack Arnold movie. This is why I'm in charge of this thing. Monolith. Giant rock creatures.
Oh, okay, but you didn't talk about part 2. The Revenge of the
Black Lagoon. Oh, yeah, we can move on to that, but we can't keep talking about Kong.
No, we can't. But
We have a whole show about Kong coming up.
Yeah, but the thing is, to keep it short, in the second part, you clearly see the parallels to the King Kong story, because we have the monster that once again is brought here put in for fun for the people into this oceanarium or whatever, and then breaks out and takes the woman for some reason. We don't know exactly what he wants to do with the woman, and then dies again. So for me, this is a King Kong story. Again, it's told a second time. And with the third one, we can skip because the third one is just crap. The creature walks among us is about a magician who uses the creature here, the Jill man, for his show. He lets him.
Oh, is that where he hypnotizes the girl to become the creature? You consider that a Black Lagoon movie? That can't be part 3.
No, the part 3 is the one with the magician where he uses the creature for his magician tricks, something like that. It was so boring. I
barely remember the thing. I'm thinking of a different movie where he hypnotizes a girl to come back as a creature. Yeah, never mind.
No, it's not that one. But it's crap. It's so boring, and no, let's just forget about that one. But the interesting fact with that one is the director of that one is the same director of the Monolith Monsters.
The director of which one? Black Lagoon 3?
Yeah, Black Lagoon 3. And this director, he has not many credits on his directorials or whatever. He has just
okay. So which director was that?
I already forgot the name.
I have to. I was hoping you remember. Okay, so the monolith concept. You want to go over what because it's different than any other monster movie I can think of.
Yes, the monolith monster. I think what is the correct name? Here in Germany, it's called the Secret of the Monolith Monsters, of the Stoned Monsters, and here in the original name is the Monolith Monsters. And the idea was from Jack Arnold. He didn't even write the script. He just provided the idea, and so his pal, this director, he made just 3 movies or in his whole life or something like that, and that's it. He's second unit director on many other movies, I think. And so we have these stones that come from outer space, and when they come close to water, they reproduce or something like that, and get bigger, and also more of them. But also,
so like it's a chemical process.
Yes, and also everything they touch or gets in touch with them, they also turn into stone. Or into
that would have been better if they'd had a better makeup effects for that, because the people who've turned to stone just look like they dusted them with a little.
yeah.
It's really, the acting is subpar on the turn to stone part.
I know. It's stoned people.
It was a good concept, but I think a poor execution on this movie.
Yeah, they really should have got Cheech and Chong to play the stoned people.
Yeah, the stoned creatures. Yeah. I like the German title where it's like, "Hey, stoned, the stoned creatures." That would have been funnier.
Yeah, the German, as I said, the German title is "The Secret of the Stoned Monsters." That's the German title, and it's one of the weaker Jack Arnold movies, but it's not really a Jack Arnold movie. He just provided the idea, and he didn't. I don't know if he worked on the script, but he's not mentioned as one of the script writers. So, and also the script, it seems very underdeveloped, because you have kind of an interesting premise at the beginning, but that's it. They didn't go anywhere with the premise in the movie. They just you have
No,
this
that's
monster.
exactly it. They had a good idea, but they had poor writing. Almost
Yes,
like the stuff they put out today.
yeah,
Without, of course, today they don't even have a good idea.
yes, and how they defeated the monsters, by the way, is kind of reminiscent to Gremlins 2. Can you remember how they defeat in Gremlins 2 the Gremlins?
I let you tell the audience, Cub.
Yes, the Gremlins, like the monolith monsters, reproduce with water. So in the last scene, in the end scenes of the Gremlins 2, they put water on them, but they also put the water under electricity, so that they got reproduce endlessly and also get electrocuted, and that kills the monsters. And the electrocution they get with the electrical gremlin, with the electro gremlin or whatever. Which was
So this is how they defeat that stops the chemical process. You're saying on the rock creatures.
The rock creatures has kind of a similar defeat from the monsters, because they find out that this rock things whatsoever, they don't respond well to salt, to simple salt. So the thing how they defeated them is to put to destroy a dam, dam bust or whatever.
Dam Busters, yes.
Yeah,
412 Squadron. One of Brent's favorite movies.
Yes, dam busters, and the salty water.
Do they actually use a bouncing bomb to destroy the dam in the movie? Because that would be cool.
No, they couldn't afford that. No, they just destroy the dam with the.
Well, that's kind of lame, but okay, go ahead.
Normal explosion, and so, but it's like with the Gremlins. I always thought with both scenes, by the way, I always thought, this is an interesting theory. So something that reproduces with water, put water on it, and because there is something else with the water. In the case of monolith monsters, it was salt. In the case of Gremlins 2, it was electricity. Then that should kill them, or shouldn't it? And I always thought.
Well, you can see how they might think that if it likes something, give it way too much of something, and it already has a effect on it. Whereas if it had zero effect, then this is something that wouldn't affect it. But if it has some effect and you give it way too much of that, then yeah, you're overloading whatever process it uses. I could see as a potential weapon it could work.
Yeah, I always for me, I kind of thought it's kind of lazy, just to pretend. Oh yeah, put a little bit. Even if we get probably millions of gremlins, a little bit electricity will kill them all. And the same goes for the monolith monsters. You had millions of tons of water with a little bit salt in it. So
it's an extremely dangerous plan. I didn't say it was a good plan. I said it could work. It could also be, a total disaster.
And it didn't make sense, because the water was not salt water. The dam water was, of course, from the reservoir, from the drink water.
Reservoir.
But thanks to the script, there was an a salt area where the water had to go through before it hit the stones, the monolith monsters. So it was even riskier, kind of. So the water, that was normal water that went through this salty area and then crashed with the monolith monsters and killed them because script says so. And of course killed them all. Even if there would have been so much of them till then, if you follow the movie. And also there is a scene where it was raining, which is why the monsters reproduce so much, this monolith monsters. So there had to be
So that'd be a lot of rain. That'd be a lot of water.
Yeah, so it was raining overnight. So I don't know. This whole thing was not really well thought through. That was
so salt water is what destroyed them. Kind of like in Day of the Triffids.
Yeah, but what they found out in the experiment they made was not that the salt water destroyed them. It's the salt, just the salt itself destroyed them. And so yeah, it was really kind of risky plan with the damn thing. And also after the raining 24 hours overnight or 12 hours overnight, the whole night it was raining. So there had to be so many of them to be, so yeah. But it's a B movie. This is really this cheap B movie or C movie, what you ever call it, which I just consider just a fun watch. Is really, it's not deep, and this is for me the difference between Jack Arnold, real Jack Arnold movies and these other ones which people often compare Jack Arnold ones with, and also that his name is attached to that monolith project is also not helpful. I can tell you.
Let's be clear. We're not recommending this movie. It wasn't a good movie. It's just part of the list.
Yes, it's well, to see it one time, just to have watched it, because it has
It was different. I mean, a creature feature that has a chemical process as your enemy. Of course, they kind of make it like when they're talking about it, like when they talk about the monolith, they act like they're almost alive or whatever, like they are a creature. When really it's just a chemical process, a scary process that if it continues would destroy them, but still not a creature, not really a creature.
Yes, and now we can talk of the other movie where Jack Arnold is also not credited, but he was the second unit director on that movie, this Island Earth.
Now this was a pretty good movie.
Yes, I agree on that. I really liked it, and I really thought here when they mocked it on this show, Cinema 3000, or what are the
Mystery Science Theater 3000?
Yes, Mystic. This is one from two movies they mocked there where I thought these are hacks, where I thought it's not fair to mock such a good movie, because it's not one of these movies where you say it's so bad it's good or something like that, because I think it's a good movie. It's a well-made movie, and it has a very good first half, and a little bit it gets messy in the second half. I give it that, but still it's still a good movie. And the same goes also for Phase 4 with the ants, which they also mocked on Cinema Mystery Science Theater 3000, which I also thought it didn't deserve that. This is also not a bad movie. It's a very good movie. They just ran out of money at the end. That's what it looks like, where they had this short ending where and people got a little bit confused. But the whole movie is a masterpiece from my point of view.
Yeah, Phase 4 was a decent attempt at an ant human war, and they did a good job. It is like you say, the ending was shortened or something.
Yes, yes, and it is the best ant movie, and nobody can convince me otherwise. There is no better ant movie out there.
Okay, I've got to protest them. Was it 1954? That's my favorite ant movie. THEM. Have you ever seen it? You probably
yes,
haven't seen it.
of course. Them and
Come on, that giant ant. 1010. The fight in the sewers.
yes, but this
You
is
had some great acting,
no, Greg,
great writing.
them,
The
them are
the use of what was it, the theremin or whatever,
hey,
as the background noise for the ants was
is
haunting. The
I think
blowing desert was a
I
great
think
backdrop.
them is called in Germany formicula. Is that correct?
I don't know what it's called in Germany. How would
Yeah,
I know that?
formicula, I think it's called here in Germany. And this is an ant
What does
monster.
formicula translate to?
Probably them. I have no clue. No,
You
but
don't know what the German word translates to?
it's not a German word. That's the thing.
Oh,
It's one of the new. It's one of these where they give a new title, and that is also not a German word. It's like with the alien killer thing. They change an English title in another English title or something like that. it's it's still not a German title.
I mean,
So
if you're going to ant movies that are like ants that are regular, tiny sized ants, yeah, I'll give you Phase 4 as one of
yes,
the best of that.
and
But
that is what my
giant
point.
ant movies or just any ant movie, uh, I would have to give my favorite ant movie to them,
Yeah,
or
okay.
Formicula, as you're
Uh,
calling it.
yes, and I can understand that, but I make a differentiation between monster movies and real where animals have the normal size. So I said ant movie. I didn't say
But
ant
you didn't
monster.
say that.
No, I didn't say monster. And a big monster. For me, this is clearly monster movies. Formicula or
But we
them.
were talking monster movies, and you threw that in as if Phase 4 was a ant monster movie, and it's
Yeah, it
not.
isn't. It's not, and that's also
So it's
the
certainly not the greatest ant monster movie. It's
no, but
a
this is
decent
why.
ant movie.
Yeah, and this is what also a thing that also here the mysteries theater science theater 3000 or whatever, they made this mistake because it is not really a monster movie. It's they're so realistic. They filmed it all with real ants and things like that. So even to put it in the monster to
It was
red,
interesting. They used the different poisons, and they
yeah,
tried a scientific approach to intelligent ant attack.
yes,
But the
yes,
ants outsmarted them in the end.
yes, they did. And for as I said, for me, it's a real masterpiece. It's the only movie from Saul Bass, by the way, the guy who made the introductions here for some Alfred Hitchcock movies. He created also this the Vertigo introduction. Saul Bass. Um, so yeah, but so much to that. Let's go back to Mitterlohner 4. Mitterlohner 4 doesn't answer. This is the German title from This Island Earth.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
Yes, I was always wondering
They had
why.
great sets on that show, on that movie,
Yeah,
and it was in color. It looks like they had a good budget on that. Do you know the budget on that?
no, I don't know the budget, but I know that they worked 2.5 years on it. Took
Wow.
and this is very long for a B movie or whatever. So it was a really big project, and they had seems like they had troubles with the project, and they also why they were two directors on it, but Arnold is not credited as a director. But for me, it has so many Jack Arnold typical things in it. This interesting world building, as I said, and the good direction in general, the really interesting shoot here, scenes, shooting and so on. It's really, for me, it's really one of these Jack Arnold movies that I think if he would have directed it directly from the beginning and the whole movie, it could have been who knows what could have been.
Memes of destruction is in the chat. Just thought I'd say hi.
Yeah, hi memes. Nice you could make it. So yeah, Metaluna 4, as I said, I call it always Metaluna 4, by the way. I never call it This Island Earth, because this title is for me a new thing. For me, my whole life it was Metaluna 4 doesn't answer.
Is that what it was called?
Yes, that is the German title. Metaluna 4 doesn't answer. Metaluna 4 antwortet nicht. Yeah, okay.
So that's referring to them not answering. I thought it was interesting, the suppression of free will.
Yes, the aliens this time they were not that harmless like usual when it comes to Jack Arnold movies. This time these aliens were really invaders, but not all of them. Just the leader was. He wanted to bring over from his dying planet. He wanted to save his people by taking over the Earth, and his logic, of course, was his people. He put his people first. So of course the humans had to didn't care for them. They just wanted to take over and get rid of their free will and things like that. I can see where he comes from as a leader. And yeah, but the scientist prevented that, and because he didn't want that, so they died all. so his whole planet they went down. Stupid scientist. But the thing is, here this
the stupid scientist was a common theme or trope in the 50s and 60s monster movies. The scientist,
yes.
leading us to destruction. I think part of that was because the scientist had kind of led us into this nuclear age where we were all on the verge of being destroyed with nuclear war.
Oh my God! Here, Moomin. He went through that looking for Formicula up, and yeah, here. If people are interested, why Formicula is called Formicula in Germany, Moomin has the answer. Formicula means ant in Latin, and the Ula at the end was typical ending back then for these monster movies like Tarantula, Dracula, and so on.
Yeah, I thought that was very interesting. I was wondering if you were going to see that. I didn't want to interrupt you, Cub, while you were on a roll, but yeah, Moomin had a good point.
Yes, very, very cool. So, by the way, these horrible monsters in Metaluna 4, these were not people. I think these were ants or not. Mutated ants?
I think they were, yes, thinking back on it.
Yes, because you would think, and
under their some kind of control, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Something happened to them, but there were not regular people who turned into that. I think there were ants that for some reason mutated, whatever. It was very complicated. As I said, they had some troubles with the script. This was all the second half of the movie. In the second half, the movie gets really very confusing sometimes, but still entertaining. It's for me a really entertaining movie, underrated movie, and it really doesn't deserve to get put on in these lists like worst movies of all times and things like that.
No, it was a decent movie.
Yeah.
Of its time. It's trapped in the mid 50s, but and like you say, it had various problems. But yeah, it was definitely the cream of the crop of that time period. I would put it up there with them and Godzilla and some others. It's interesting that our next movie has a Ula in it, as we were just informed by Momin. Tarantula was his next movie, right?
Yes, Tarantula, and probably his most famous one. Even if the people would say, yeah, but the creature from the Black Lagoon, the Jill monster, is iconic and got a
You think
continuation.
Tarantula was bigger?
Yes, clearly. Tarantula was bigger. I think that Tarantula is his most famous movie. Or wouldn't you say? When you say,
I think Creature from Black Lagoon is more famous.
I wouldn't bet
In
on
Germany,
that.
probably Tarantula is bigger because
Yes.
y'all have more tarantulas or
Yes,
something.
the creature, by the way, the Black Lagoon doesn't say much to the Germans because in Germany, the creature from the Black Lagoon is called the Schrecken from der Schrecken vom Amazonas, which is translated Schrecken means fright. The yeah, fright.
Like
fright
like
night.
Fright Night.
Yeah, the fright from the Amazon. That is the German name. And so when people mention the Black Lagoon or something like that in Germany, nobody, not many people
connect it with the movie.
Yeah, connected with the movie. But when you say Amazon, that is what we connect with the movie. So for us, Amazon, for example, here the big company that created the coronavirus scam and is now making billions. Here, this Jeff Bezos criminal.
Y'all connect that with the Creature from Black Lagoon movie?
Yes. Jeff Bezos is clearly the creature, the actual creature from the Black Lagoon, from the Amazon Lagoon, or something.
From the Amazon. I like it.
Yeah. For us, for you in Germany, he's the creature, but he's not a tragic figure. He's a real villain. It's a real monster. So Tarantula. So how did you like that one?
Typical 1950s monster movie.
Typical?
Not bad, not great, but yeah, definitely worth watching.
Oh, so no, I think it's my favorite monster movie. When
you think?
It comes to
what makes it your favorite?
When it comes to insect monsters, big insect monsters, like formicula, like here them or something like that. This is my favorite one. When you have insects that turn big, I think.
Okay, so we had a scientist experimenting on spiders, and the spiders grew very large. Is that correct?
No, we had a scientist experimenting on food here. He wants, in general, to get big animals and also big plants and things like that for the food problem. He wants to solve the food problem of the world. That's why he was experimenting.
Yes.
And the tarantula one, it just was it was an accident. This big tarantula. It was not really. He didn't want to make
It ate some of the contaminated food.
No, I think with his experiments, he tried he tried also with rabbits and things like that, and maybe he started out with insects at first, and then went over to other animals, to more complex ones, because insect, that would make it kind of makes sense, because this experiment was in the beginning stadium, so he clearly was just trying things, how making things big with his formula. So but he did that because, as I said, and the thing is, tarantula is kind of inspired by food of the gods, by the original story from H.G. Wells, not by this stupid the stupid movie that also came later, but the original story, Food of the Gods. In the original story, they make these big food and animals and so on to solve the food problem of the world. And it also by accident it's got eaten by insects, and these and also by the children, by these kids and babies. No, the babies were not per accident. The babies were an experiment. It was a little bit messy when it came to that, but it was a satire anyway. The original story was a satire. So because these big babies, for example, they were the children from the scientists. They were not some random children or something like that. So, but it reminded me a little bit of the tarantula's story. And as I said, I like.
Yes, definitely some good effects and a good story.
Yes, what I like with Tarantula is there's two things that I really like with the movie, where I think it's superior than the other big insect monster movies. First off, this kind of world building again. It's not just like there is for no reason there's a scientist who makes big spiders or whatever, or there is just this big spider and that's it, which by a crazy accident, a radiation or whatever gets big and it becomes a threat. No, it's not like that. You have a real interesting kind of interesting story, world building whatsoever, that it makes sense. It's really not these are the little things that I really like when it comes to a good story. And also how the spider escapes makes also sense, because it escapes by an accident when the scientist here gets attacked from his former assistant or something like that. And that's
almost like how the killer bees actually got loose in South America, and we ended up having them move all the way up into Texas. The Africanized bees, how they were breeding them for whatever reason, and then they actually escaped and took over South America and then moved north. A lot of times it's a simple accident that allows these things to escape.
Yeah, and the second thing I really like with Tarantula are the effects, because they look great. They look great. They constantly use the real insect and made and copied it into the footage. And they also used props in some scenes with the big fangs and so on, where the house gets attacked and so on. And I like that. I think it holds up. Even today, you can enjoy that. It holds much better up than any of these newer monster movies where they had the CGI effects and things like that. And I think it looks much more real than that in the old movie.
Well, certainly the early CGI has dated itself badly.
Yeah,
Whereas you kind of more, I think we're more forgiving on these movies from this time period because we realize the limitations they were dealing with.
yeah, but the thing is also they really used real animals. They didn't just a computer animal. It's also the difference here between The Thing and many other horror movies, modern horror movies. They really built the props and really had real props.
The practical effects.
Practical effects, and of course, the best practical effect is even if it isn't an effect at all, if it's a real animal. If you can manage that, which I thought that they really managed well in Tarantula with the shooting, with how they shoot, how they shot it, and how they inserted this material into the other material and so on. I thought that they did a great job with that.
I think it's a good time for me to mention my latest video on my channel. It's only a couple minutes long, but I was talking about the same subject. The Thing in 2011 was going to go with the practical effects, and instead they switched to CGI. And so AGI, which was the practical effects company, had already built some of the creatures for the Thing movie. And they ended up making another movie called Harbinger Down, and they wrote the movie specifically to include the monsters from what was going to be the Thing. So we ended up having a movie that had the practical effect monsters that we should have got in the Thing 2011 in a movie called Harbinger Down from 2014. So I thought it was a good movie, and most people hadn't seen it, and so a lot of times that's what I make my videos about, movies that I think are being overlooked and might be worth watching. And if you want to see the monsters from our Thing 2011 that we didn't get in the movie that are practical effects, not CGI, watch Harbinger Down. And you can see my little review if you want, but basically it's a couple of minutes where I say the same thing.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm going to watch Harbinger Down, because of that, by the way, is one of the reasons why I put The Thing review back on the schedule. And
well, there you go.
Yeah, I'm going to include this information from your video. I'm going to shamelessly copy it. I mean, get inspiration from it.
I appreciate it when my stuff is useful for somebody.
Yeah, like the creature here from the deep. Here, what was it? Humanoids from the deep, where I shamelessly copied your review. I mean, took inspiration from your review and included it in my Joe Dante review.
Wait. Okay, so let's continue with our Jack Arnold. We're past Tarantula.
Hey, you didn't mention Clint Eastwood in Tarantula.
No, I didn't. You said he was in that, didn't you?
Yes, he was. I didn't mention it either, by the way, in my review, because I thought, yeah, it's a kind of interesting. It's interesting fun fact, but he had such a small, just such a small role.
I think Leonard Nimoy was in Them, so a very similar thing, or it could have been War of the Worlds. A lot of times these early monster movies had some of our big characters that we'd see in later movies in little background scene.
Yeah, you sometimes have that, and as I said, I didn't think it was so important to mention that. It would be it's also nicer if somebody really watched it and then discovered it himself. Just sees, oh,
It would have been awesome if Clint Eastwood had like pulled out a 44 Magnum, started blasting away at the tarantula,
yeah, but I think he was in many of
and
these.
then maybe got a tarantula leg crushing him because he wasn't a big enough star. Crunch. Kind of like what was the very first monster movie? The thing from 20,000 Fathoms that was a inspiration for Godzilla. You had the cop famously standing by the car shooting at it with a pistol, and then he gets stepped on. Crunch.
Yeah, and the thing,
that was classic.
Greg, what people recognize here or get here when I talk about these old Jack Arnold movies, where I'm not that critical as I'm normally am. I'm normally much harder on movies.
Yeah, he is normally much harsher on everything.
Yeah, but when it comes to Jack Arnold movies, it's really nostalgia with me, and I have to confess that and I have no problem with it, because these movies were the kind of the reason why I'm even into movies. When I was a child back then, it was a great thing because my parents didn't allow us children to watch horror movies in general, and sometimes we could manage that. We had a living room where there was a wall. You can hide behind that wall, kind of. It was hard to describe, but there was sometimes when my parents were they fall asleep in front of the TV or things like that, and we as little children, they forgot us sometimes that we are also there, because we could hide behind the wall or behind a chair or something like that in the living room, and we were very quiet because we knew if they recognize us, they directly send us to bed.
Right.
And so we could manage to watch some movies we weren't allowed to watch because we were too small. And these Jack Arnold movies, for example, there were some of these movies where it was really a big deal for us to watch them as children.
And at any moment, you could get jerked away from it because they realized you were there.
Yes, and they scared the hell out of us. It was one of these things you are doing as a child, and you regret it immediately, kind of. It's really it's really sweet to think about that. And so I have these nostalgic feelings for these movies, and so I'm not so hard on them. I really like them. I rewatch them from time to time, and remember how it was to watch them as a child. So that's just if people are wondering, oh, what's why is Cub not that harsh on these movies as usual? Yeah, and as I said, and so the next one I think is Monster. No, the next one is The Incredible Shrinking Man.
Oh yeah, we can't skip over that. That's your favorite one.
That's my favorite Jack Arnold movie, and one of my favorite movies ever in general. And if you want to say, probably the only one that really holds up, that really also holds up with critical Cub. For me, it's truly his masterpiece, where I have really no complaints. There are just some effects that look a little bit. Nowadays, you can see this back projection effects. You can see them. They don't look good, some of them, but the story is so good that it really makes up for it. It's such a good story, and I talked about it extensively in my Incredible Shrinking Man review. Before that, it was part of the Jack Arnold retrospective, but I separated it because there was so much to talk about. And yeah, Greg.
Yes.
What do you think? What do you think about Incredible Shrinking Man?
It was an interesting movie. I remember him being out on the boat and the fog washing across it. Of course, it turned out to be radioactive fog. And when I was a kid, I was always looking for when I'd see like a fog in the distance. I was like, "Dad, you sure that's not radioactive fog? we don't want to go into some unknown fog."
Yeah,
Which was never a good thing anyway, because there are rocks and everything else, pipes sticking up. So, and then later on, when he has the battle with the cat, I knew that cat was going to be trouble. He was already starting to shrink, and they left that cat in the house. I was like, man, first thing I would do is say, hey, the cat's got to go, especially when he's going to be living in a little dollhouse. And I thought his wife was really understanding, considering how small he was shrinking. And of course, you had brought up the whole thing, I guess, with the sequel and the book, where he was concerned about his sexual prowess, and his wife ends up letting him get with a midget or whatever. So that was something that, of course, wasn't going to be included in a 1950s movie, but was certainly interesting as a background.
yeah, and the book, by the way, is also the book starts out and ends like the movie, but just the start and the ending. It starts out on the boat with the radioactive cloud and ends in the microcosm, like in the movie. But all in between is different, because the first real scene in the book is the fight with the spider. The whole book is kind of his fight against the spider, and in between you have these flashbacks where we get how he came into this situation. It starts directly with him fighting, and you have no clue what is going on. You have direct action from the beginning, and then you get in after the fight. After the fight, he starts with these flashbacks, how he got there, and is preparing for the end fight, for the second. He is fighting 2 times against the spider, and this is the main story of the book, and everything else is just in between, which I thought is kind of interesting. And the author was not satisfied with the movie. He didn't like the movie, by the way. Matheson was not a fan of the movie.
What didn't he like about it?
Yes, first off, Matheson he wrote the first script, and
he wrote the book itself, and then he wrote the first script to the movie. Isn't that a little unusual?
Yeah, normally it is. But when it comes to Matheson, we have Matheson is an example for a super talented script writer who is also a book writer, who writes, he has kind of the talent, not like Stephen King. Stephen King makes probably great books. I think I'm not the biggest Stephen King fan, but I like many of his books, but I also dislike many of them. But King for sure is not a script writer. He, from my point of view, he has really no clue how a movie works, and that's why his scripts are also always messy and awful. There's most of them. But with Matheson, he's as talented as a scriptwriter as with his novels, And some people would even say he's even more talented as a scriptwriter, because he wrote, next to his novels, he wrote also many famous scripts for many movies, classics. One of the most famous ones, I think, Duel. Here, he wrote the script for Duel, for the first known Steven Spielberg movie, or his first kind
with
of.
Dennis Weaver, where
Yeah.
Dennis Weaver in a small Dodge Dart, I think it was, is having a road duel with a 18-wheeler. I would recommend that movie.
Yes, it's great. It's a classic. It's kind of like Jaws on
It,
wheels.
it gives a real feel for the American road. Y'all people who are in other parts of the world, uh, there really are times when you're making extremely long trips, and I'm talking 500, 1,000 miles sometimes, when you can come across these same vehicles. And even if you stop and eat and you get back on the road, and they'll come up on you again. And sometimes these vehicles are scary. It could be a large truck, or it could be a sinister looking vehicle. I think something similar to this was covered in a movie set in Australia. Can't think of the name. I think it had Stacy Keach in a van. Uh, it can be creepy and it can be scary. And I think unless you live in a very large nation with a lot of cars, you when you're out in that environment and you come across something like that, it's really hard to describe. It's a situation that I've very rarely seen accurately depicted, and if you watch Duel, you get a feel for that situation.
Yeah. Yes. And
People, they can come up on you, they can get in front of you and jam on their brakes on purpose to try to make you crash. I've seen this. I've experienced this. They can sideswipe you and do all kinds of things that you wouldn't even believe people would get to. Why it becomes something that's very emotional, visceral, indescribable unless you've experienced it. And why you don't just get off the road? That's a good question, because a lot of times you do, but sometimes you're stuck. You've got to complete a mission. You're driving for a company, or you're driving for yourself, and you have a deadline, and you have to go through, and this is just something you have to deal with.
yes. And as I said, Richard Matheson, he's such a great. He was such a great script writer. He was such a great author. Also, his books. He made classics like here the not I Am Legend, and so on. So we are going to make sometimes we are going to make a special on him, exclusive, and yeah. Here, by the way, he wrote the script for The Raven, here for Roger Corman's The Raven, just for example. But as I said, there are
Didn't he
so
do
many.
the Pit and the Pendulum as well?
Yes, Pit in the Pendulum as well, and also one really famous one, Twilight Zone, the movie. He wrote also for that the
Was
script.
he the one who did the Coal Shack movies, Cub?
Yes, and he wrote the scripts for both Kolchak movies, which Greg, by the way, is constantly reminding me of for
Do you
some
notice
reason.
how he all that talking and he never mentioned it? But the Kolchak movies were the number one rated movies for all time when they originally came out in the early '70s. This is television movies, so you're not going to have the quality of a theatrical release, but for its time and giving it a little nostalgia boost, I think they were really good movies. And you
Yes.
again, you had an anti-hero in the reporter Kolchak, who's having to battle against the authorities and defeat whatever Dracula or the Strangler or whoever it might be, basically by himself. If he doesn't, it's just going to continue on because it's been doing it forever, and he's got this one chance. And what is he? He doesn't have some special powers, and he doesn't have computers and all this stuff. He's just a guy who's in the right place at the wrong time and feels like he's got a duty to act.
Yes, and it doesn't just sound like X-Files. It is, of course, the inspiration for. It was the inspiration for X-Files, and I saw some episodes of the series, and of course I saw the movies, which I like. I think they are great. Uh, Very well done for back then. I was so surprised when I saw them, and I can't wait to watch the whole TV series from back then. And in the future, I'm going to make a review on it. And but I think Greg is going to make one before me because I think he already made one.
I made one. I've only done one on one movie. I haven't reviewed the series or the other movie.
Yeah, so you can look out for that. Of course, you have to watch the one from Greg. And by the way, the one review from Greg is linked in the Quiet Earth review, and I think it's also in my last reviews. It's linked in the description. It's always a link to the review from Greg here from the Kolchak movies.
So that should be interesting. Uh, all right. So basically, this guy did a lot of stuff.
Yes, and as I said, he didn't like how the movie because his script was in the order of the book, and it was thanks to studio intervention that the studio brought in another script writer, a script doctor or what you call it, who changed it, and that's the reason why the Jack Arnold movie is in the normal order of things. It's not told in flashbacks like the book. It is kind of in the right order, and so yeah, and Matheson didn't like that. And also there are some differences between the novel and the movie. In the novel, you had much more adult themes. Let's say it this way. And it was kind of impossible for back then to show that in the movie. So they had to
Yeah, they
tune
couldn't show the stuff you described.
yeah, they had to tune it down a little bit. There was, for example, there was he had
You know, you might have been able to show that in Germany or Europe or something, but America in the 50s was still pretty puritanical.
for example, in one scene, he had a breakdown with his car, and the guy that and he couldn't change the wheel on himself because he was too weak. He was already too small for that. He was kind of had the height of a child. So the guy he who took him with his car to the next town, go for help, confused him with a kid, and it was kind of like a child molester. So that was
Oh
really,
God,
yeah, that was really inconvenient. What you call it? It as I said,
inappropriate. There's no way they could show that.
yeah, yeah, and there are some scenes like that.
Although they probably should have. I mean, that stuff was common back then. There was a lot of bad stuff going on. They
Yeah,
probably shouldn't have been so uh, hiding it. You know, it might have saved a lot of kids if they had them be more alert.
yeah, but also there were our main hero here, the shrinking man himself.
Was the cat the hero?
No, he's
The
he
spider?
he was not. It's not like in the movie where he's kind of the shiny hero in the movie, or he's kind of. You have always sympathy with him the whole time in the movie. Because he's really, it's a poor guy who comes into this situation and really has just bad luck. But in the novel, he's not that what do you call it? They had in the novel, for example, this 16-year-old babysitter, which there was a daughter. He has a daughter, and there was a babysitter, and he was there was a time where he was constantly thinking about her, and didn't really. It was not. He didn't really think about her age, and because she was small and he was small, and he didn't want to be with his wife anymore because he couldn't bear it that he was not a real man anymore and things like that. So yeah, as I said, in the novel, he's not this. He's more human character. Let's say it this way. Okay.
Well, that's understandable.
Yeah, but as I said, it's a very good story, and it's not that I don't recommend the novel. I just say don't be surprised. It's really adult stuff in there.
Well, you haven't covered the second novel. Were you going to mention that, or just leave them to let them? They could get a lot more of this if they go to your reviews. This is just supposed to be extra stuff.
Yeah. Yes, the continuation, by the way, was never finished. It was still kind of the first draft. The script.
I'll be right back. I gotta make a drink.
Oh, okay. So yes, there was a continuation from Incredible Shrinking Man, or The Shrinking Man was the original title, and it was called the Incredible Shrinking Woman or something like that. That's not the exact title. I have to look it up myself because it has, but it has also something with shrinking in it. I have to see. Oh, no, wait a second. 1 second. The Incredible Shrinking Woman, but the novel was called Fantastic Shrinking Girl. Yeah, that was the name of the continuation. But it was never a novel or something like that. It was just a script. Matheson he wrote a script when they wanted a continuation from the movie, but it never got realized. And the script it was released in a book. It was called Unrealized Dreams, with 3 unfinished scripts, or unfinished and also never used. And I didn't like the script, by the way. I thought it was completely forgettable. The story was not interesting at all. And so, yeah, if people are interested in the script, I show it in my review completely. It has 40 pages or something like that. But they can also, I think they can get it in on the internet. You can get it. But it's really not that interesting. It's a really bad story from my point of view. So yeah, I just put it in there for completeness. And of course, there's a continuation, The Incredible Shrinking Woman, from 1981. But this is not really. It's kind of a remake, continuation whatsoever, and it's a comedy. And it's the first movie from Joel Schumacher. It was Joel Schumacher's first movie, with Lily Tomlin as Incredible Shrinking Woman, and it's really bad. In every aspect, it has a weak ass story, and it is as I said, it's a comedy which is not funny, and it was a flop. It couldn't even make the costs back, and it bombed at the box office for good reason. The only interesting aspect in the movie is that there is an organization that is called World. What was it called? Not World Organization something, and the name is really it really reminds you of World Health Organization. So, but the interesting thing. Oh, Greg.
I'm just coming back now.
Yeah, nice, you are back. Yeah, I'm just a little bit talking about the Incredible Shrinking Woman, and yeah. So as I said, it is the first movie from Joel Schumacher, and it's not good. It's bad, and there's just one interesting aspect in it, because there is an organization that is called World Organization or something like that. Not it's name like VWO, but it has also World and Organization in the name, and also it's not elected from anyone, but has a pretends that it is speaking for the whole world, and they are the bad guys who want to use this shrinking thing with the Incredible Shrinking Woman to shrink everybody, that it is easier to rule over them. So something like that. A stupid as fuck story.
Wow.
So yeah, so much for, but as I said, I talk extensively about that in my review. So I would say let's continue with Jack Arnold. Yeah, The Incredible Shrinking Man, as I said, is my favorite Jack Arnold movie, all-time favorite from him, and I think also after that his movies got weak.
They went downhill quickly, didn't they?
Yeah, for the next one, for example, Monster on Campus.
That was lame.
Yeah, kind of, but the second half, as usual, or the last third to be precise, because the first half I think is an interesting variation of Jekyll and Hyde.
Okay, so what did you think was interesting about it?
Yeah, they like the thing what I really like with Jack Arnold movies, as usual, it was not just this guy, this professor or what you call it, this prof, who turned for no reason here into a monster. No, they had really again, there was a reason for it. He was a scientist who was they found a prehistorical fish. And this prehistorical fish was the reason which was infecting him. He got scrapped, I think, at the finger or something like that, and so he that's the reason why he turns into this monster on campus. And the things why I still like the movie is you had scenes like with this insect that goes to on the fish, wants to here mosquito, or what you call it here, this is insect, and then gets big because of that. and it comes back and things like that. And these little things, these are just things that I like in a story. It's not just this plain monster story. But why I still think it's one of his weaker movies is in the second half. It's too much stretched out. When it becomes clear that he is the monster, it's like with Jekyll and Hyde. At first, he has no clue that he's responsible for these murders on campus, but when he finds out, then it gets illogical. Then instead of getting help, trying to get help, it's a little bit like with American Werewolf, where instead that he's getting help, he still tries on his own and turns into the monster and gets killed at the end, which is a little bit lame, I thought. But I think also
I definitely liked American Werewolf in London, though.
Yes, but in American Werewolf in London, you had also the scene where he, when instead of when he finds out that he's is responsible for the murders, and he was on the way to the doctor in this moment. When he finds when he sees the newspaper, and so it was a little bit illogical, and also to stay the whole day he was in the cinema watching these movies, and then turned there into the werewolf here on Piccadilly Square.
In Piccadilly Square?
Yeah.
That was a classic scene, though.
I know.
And the werewolf in the tunnels of the London Metro.
Yes, I like the movie. I just say the scenes themselves were a little bit illogical.
I might have to do a review on that movie. It was so good.
The story. So yeah,
I don't know if it was illogical. I mean, if you're in the midst of being turned into a werewolf, and you got your dead friend visiting you, and you're waking up naked in zoos, who knows how you're going to react.
Yes, and how did he react?
I mean, you're not going to he's an American, so he's not going to react like a logical German.
Yeah, but he just went to the cinema and waited there till he turned. And everybody was the whole time warning him, the whole day, where these ghosts, zombies or whatever.
He wanted to watch a movie. You love to watch movies too.
Yeah, and he was on the way to the doctor at this time.
Right. And like that was going to save him.
Yeah, but it would be still a better option than to be on his own or not.
He wasn't on his own. He was out in public. Maybe he thought that would protect him in some way.
Yeah, makes total sense to me.
He was making illogical decisions at that point. I think the lycanthropy was affecting his judgment.
Yeah, maybe. I just think that second half of the script, or the last third, was not really well thought out. They kind of tried to finish it, and yeah.
It had a great ending though, with him turning and the cops and the attack on everybody, and all those people turned to werewolves. It was a great ending.
Yes, I know. As I said, I really like this. It's my favorite werewolf movie of all time. So even if I'm, but I'm aware of its faults, or what you say. I don't say it's the best movie ever made. Or I know it has weak spots especially with the story and in the script, and this is just what I bring up, but I still like it. It's my favorite werewolf movie.
Well, American Werewolf in London kind of had a flavor of London in like 1981, and it's like, have you ever seen the movie Day of the Jackal?
Yes, I think so.
No, I mean not the remake, but the original one set where they're trying to kill Charles de Gaulle.
Yes, of course.
and
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
jackal was moving through Europe. I like the movie in one respect because the scenes of moving through Europe and the backdrop and the settings, it captured a flavor of the times. I think that for me, it makes it more special.
Yes, and I like it much more than the remake here with Bruce Willis. Even Bruce
So much
Willis
better.
himself did a good job. He was not bad.
I
It
agree,
was
but he was let down by the script,
Yes, he was let down by the script because the script
and it
changed
was a
changed
mistake
it.
moving it to America.
Yes, and it was a mistake to change the subject of the assassination into the president's wife or something like that.
Yeah, yes, it should have been. It should have been as it originally was, and it should have been European. It's just it it loses too much. It's not an American movie, and having a yeah. Well, we weren't getting off onto that, but Day of the Jackal, that could be a whole discussion by itself. But
Yes, yes, it would be a great discussion. And so the next one is his last movie, and it's not the last movie he has ever made. It was the last movie with the fantasy element, with the science fiction element in it. Not really the last, but the less serious one. It was called Space Children, and it never came out here in Germany. And that's the reason why I didn't include it in my first attempt from the retrospective. I totally overlooked it because I couldn't back then. Also, I couldn't get my hands on it anyway. So, and it never came out here, and so I included it for this review. And oh my God, it's so bad. It's kind of like Children of the Damned, but this time with a alien that looks like a brain that comes to Earth, to a military base, and takes control over the children telepathically, and tries to prevent a start of a new rocket, a launch of a new rocket with a super weapon, with a super duper atomic weapon whatsoever. And it makes and we get also the information that this is also happening in Russia and in China and things like that, that it's happening worldwide, the prevention due to the children, because humanity was not ready for this kind of weapon or something like that. And it's a super lame movie and really not worth mentioning.
okay, and we won't
You can,
mention it.
yeah.
Then moving right along, you got the Mouse That Roared and the Mouse on the Moon.
Yes, and the Mouse That Roared is from Jack Arnold, and the Mouse on the Moon is the continuation from, I think, Richard Lester. I'm not sure.
Didn't it
And
star Peter Sellers?
the first one, yes.
Yeah,
The
the
first
first
one
one. I
is the
don't
good
think I
one.
ever saw the Mouse on the Moon. Tell you the truth.
Yeah, it's not a bad movie, but it's also not a good one. It's kind of
Kind of
a
a
joke.
takeoff on the moon race they were having at the time between
Yeah,
America and Russia.
yeah. Yes, the jokes are really lame. They're obvious, and
They had
yeah,
several movies where you had like Russians and Americans on the moon, and I
yeah.
you
But
had
which
Don Knotts going to the moon. The
what?
moon was a key feature in a lot of '60s movies.
Yeah, and what is worth mentioning is Margaret Rutherford is in the second one, uh, because she's not in so many movies, Miss Marple, and yeah, it's one of the rare movies where she's in. So she thinks she plays the queen or something like that, and yeah, but as I said, I just watched it one time, and I was glad to get through it, and I didn't like it, and there were 5 books from which were all about Grand Fenwick, this little town. 5 mouse books. Yeah. So
Well, it wasn't just a town; it was a nation in Europe, right?
yeah.
Like a
Sorry.
tiny
Yeah,
nation.
sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's the nation, of course. There were 5 books about Grand Fenwick, and the ones that got adapted were the first one, The Mouse That Roared.
Something the size of Liechtenstein, or isn't there like tiny little nations over there like that?
Yeah. I think even Liechtenstein, I think, was even meant with that. And this, the second movie is the third book. So from these 5 books, there came out between the what 50s and 80s. The last one is from 1980, so and so. As I said, there were 5 books, and the first and the third were the ones that were turned into movies. But just the first one is the good one, and the second one, yeah, I didn't like it, as I said. So much to say about the Jack Arnold stuff, I would say. And no, did you like it? Like the mouse on that rod?
I did like it. I mean, for its time, it was a good little movie. It was an interesting concept. I think maybe because I like Peter Sellers. I haven't seen the second movie, but Peter Sellers is always pretty good.
Yes, and he is not in the second one. That's also one of the reasons why.
That might be why I never watched the second one.
Yeah. As I said, the second one.
If I looked at it and I saw he wasn't in it, I probably would have said, because I tried to watch all the Peter Sellers movies.
Yeah, and I think he was already dead when the second one was made. I'm not sure. And
didn't he do multiple roles in the Mouse that roared like he did in Doctor Strangelove?
Yes, he did. He played at
There's
least.
so few actors who can pull that off.
I think
I'm
he
trying to
played.
think of anybody else who can do that or who has done that in multiple movies. Can you think of any other actor who's played 3 parts or more in multiple movies?
Yes.
I can't.
Eddie Murphy in the Crumbs.
Well,
sequel.
yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
But that's like multiple family members or something. I'm talking about wide ranging, playing the president and playing I don't know.
Hey, Eddie Murphy in here Samunda in the Samunda movie. He even played a white guy.
Okay. I guess you got me, Eddie Murphy. I don't consider that I was talking serious, but I guess these were comedies. So
oh, you are talking about serious comedies like the ones.
You're right. That's right. Serious comedies.
Yeah, and I have to go grab another beer. Go to
oh
the
my
bathroom
gosh.
for a minute. So if you want to tell something in the time, I'm back in a minute.
Okay. Okay, everybody. Just you and me and.
Hey, Greg, tell about your review.
Okay, so my latest review, I mentioned Harbinger Down. I also did a review of Nosferatu. Basically, it's a good movie. It's an old movie, the original Vampire. Certainly, the lighting and the acting. It's so different than the later vampires we would get, who are cool, suave, and sophisticated. This is basically an animal who has survived into modern time and who is barely able to hide its animalistic nature. Well, I'll let the review speak for itself. My channel's Euler Greg. I also, my brother launched his channel just recently, the Ground Cantina, and I did a 3-part series review with him. They're about 8 or 10 minutes long about the original series Star Trek, the Doomsday Machine episode. We do a deep dive into that, so that's fairly interesting. Well, I think it's fairly interesting. He drew out a lot of stuff. Anyway, if y'all guys want to check that out, it's the High Ground Cantina. He has a couple of other reviews up as well, and I'd appreciate that. Let's see. So, what should we do next?
Hey, I'm back.
Hey, there you are. So, do you want to move into Resident Alien? That might be interesting. Or we could do Pennyworth or The Boys or WandaVision.
Hey, you are the moderator. You are the moderator. You say, and we do it.
Well, we'll start with the Snyder cut since I stayed up to watch that thing. That's the Snyder cut of Justice League, and Cub made me watch this thing. All 4 hours. I powered through the whole thing at once. I think it was longer than 4 hours. Did you get a final?
4 hours and 5 minutes even.
Oh my God!
There was even a speech from Zack Snyder at the beginning, a minute or something like that.
I was surprised by that.
Yeah, and for some stupid reason, it was in 4:3. I think this format I've seen last time 30 years ago or something like that.
Okay, so you watched the whole show. You watched the original version as well, or did you not?
Yes, of course, the Joss Whedon cut, which was also awful.
Cut.
Yeah, which was also awful. So
what was your original thinking on the Whedon cut back when?
The Whedon cut was awful because, of course, many scenes didn't make sense. The characters were not really established. You didn't get the backstory of them and so on. But besides
I'd agree with all that.
Besides that, the overall story was weak. I didn't like the story with the mother boxes. I thought it was boring crap, which I couldn't care less for some mother boxes put together, making the world a hell place or something like that. And then this big bad guy, Darkseid or whatever, he can show up, and his
Darkseid, yes, but they didn't even have that Darkseid character in the original Whedon cut. They basically only had this Steppenwolf character.
Yeah,
and they vaguely referred to other powers, but the new cut, the Snyder cut, definitely brought in this Darkseid, which is an original comic book villain.
Yeah, I know. We got a little bit, few hints to him in Superman vs. Batman already, with his future vision and so on. And yeah, the thing is, in the original version, the 2-hour version, I couldn't stand because the story I thought was boring. The effects looked awful, and most of the characters I didn't care for, especially the Batman and Wonder Woman and this Flash. Oh my God, they and Aquaman. No, was there even one character I liked in the original one? I can't remember. I thought they were all awful and boring. I didn't care. I just didn't care for them. So
okay, so you put all that out of your mind, and you watch this movie with a fresh, clean. That's what I tried to do. I tried to erase the first one from my mind and give this one a fair chance. So, what did you think of the Snyder cut?
First off, the Snyder cut is of course better than the original version, the Joss Whedon version,
It's far
because
better, I think.
yeah, because it's not a comedy anymore. It has not this light
Yes,
tone.
taking out the it to me it reminded me of how the Last Jedi began with a "your mama" joke before a space battle. You remember that? How inappropriate and stupid that sounded. How
Yes.
he calls up the head of another space fleet, and he distracts him by making jokes about his mom. It
Yeah.
it totally took me out of a science fiction space battle.
Huh?
To me, it ruined it. The entire
But
movie, and certainly that scene. So every
but
time they did that, every time they made like these jokes in the Justice League, the ones you're talking about having been removed, it destroyed the movie.
yeah, but your mama jokes are rock solid Star Wars talk or not?
Right? They are for Ryan Johnson.
They are rock solid or not?
Yeah, they are rock solid.
Nowadays. Nowadays.
Like Geo.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hadn't even
You
got into that.
yeah, you just don't understand Star Wars. You are not a real Star Wars fan, clearly.
Oh my God, we should have started with that when Brent was here.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we
Probably
lost
you
him.
have lived under a rock the last 5 years or something like that. You didn't get the changes from Star Wars.
Well, I think it was the same effect. Ryan Johnson was trying to capitalize on the Marvel humor, and so was Josh Whedon, and he had done Buffy the Vampire Slayer, so he was used to throwing in little jokes and stuff.
Yeah, but
I don't
he
think
also had done
you
the
can't do
Avengers.
that.
Don't forget that he was the Marvel humor. He did the Avengers 1 and 2.
Yeah, but in that case, he's not coming into a already shot movie, and that's very dark, and adding these ridiculous jokes.
And
I thought the removal of the jokes helped the movie immensely.
yes, yes, I agree on that. As I said, so really, the old Justice League or the original Justice League, the Joss Whedon one, is crap, complete crap from start to end. I couldn't stand it at all, and even I'm not a fan of this dark universe of Zack Snyder. I don't like the dark tone of the superheroes, especially not with Superman. But still, the Joss Whedon version was not enjoyable back then because he was already in this dark universe. You can't
Right.
make you
He was trying to lighten it up.
yeah if you try to lighten something up in a franchise that is but completely dark, left and right, but just your thing is colored thing which doesn't fit at all.
It's like
So
it's like going to a funeral and doing a bunch of jokes.
yeah, like a clown, dressed like a clown or something like
Dressed
that.
like a clown, and squirting everybody in the face with flowers or something.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
probably wouldn't work anywhere, but it's
Greg,
definitely not going to work at a funeral.
Greg, but the thing is, they really came from a funeral, from Superman's funeral, from Batman vs
They did.
Superman. So they
Well, at the
it
very
was
beginning of the
literally it,
movie,
it
they
was
had super.
yeah, it was literally a funeral where Joss Whedon came in, and he literally made colors there like clown colors.
Well, they started out with Superman's death scream, and that goes all around the world, and it cracks open the box, which makes more sense. I'm not a fan of the dark tone of the way Zack Snyder was going either, but I actually liked the movie compared to the original one. It was the Whedon movie. This was much better. This was watchable. It I was surprised that I liked it. The music was different. They got rid of Danny Elfman, who did like the music to The Simpsons and stuff, and I'm sure his ridiculous music will be missed, but not by me. The
Hey,
music the
That
musical
doesn't.
score was.
No, Greg, that doesn't make any sense because he made the music. Because we are talking about Dark and Zack Snyder, and Danny Elfman made the music for Dark Man.
Right.
So he knows Dark or not.
He does know Dark, but he didn't do appropriate movie music for the original version. This was not a great movie, but it was far superior to the Whedon crap that we got. So it actually made more sense. The characters are more developed. The sacrifice of the Amazons makes more sense. The characters are more developed. The cyborg character, he doesn't just everything's happy glory and he gets with his dad at the end. No, his dad's killed off.
Yeah, okay.
And
Okay, Greg. But that said, compared to the Joss Whedon one, it's better. I give it that. But still, it gets 0 points from me, even less than 0. I hated this Snyder.
Yeah, but that's you. You hate a lot of stuff. I'm saying that with originally out of 10, I give it maybe a 3, and this gets maybe a 6, maybe 6.5, which it surprised me that that I would rate. Yeah, I mean it's not even a 7, but yeah, it's watchable. It makes more sense.
This 4 hours drag like hell. The scenes are stretched out to eternity. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's true. It was hell. Really, Cub made me watch this thing.
And really, the scenes with the Amazons, I couldn't care less than, because who cares? Who cares? This Amazon fight, and especially the Wonder Woman scenes. Oh my God, this felt so
I was thinking about the Amazons. Don't you think that some of the Amazons would be thinking we need to upgrade our weapons by now? They're in the 2020s and they're using bows and arrows and they're trying to use a horse to get this thing away.
I mean, embarrassing scene at the end of the fight of them when they all were on their horses riding to the enemy, and then you had the scene where they take their bows and start to throw arrows, and we knew even if he wouldn't have disappeared. Of course, he disappeared, and you hear this noise.
Useless.
You hear this noise, meep meep or something like that, like with the Roadrunner.
Like a Roadrunner, beep beep,
meep meep,
meep meep.
Yeah, you hear that in the background, and even if he wouldn't have disappeared, the arrows doesn't do shit to him.
You know what I was thinking when I was watching that, and this is probably wrong think in today's culture. But have you ever seen movies like Cat Women on the Moon and Amazon Women on the Moon and all the different?
Yes, of course.
Where you have these 1950s, usually Americans, in a spaceship, and sometimes they have like a European with them, usually a scientist who, up to no good. But they land. German, yes. They land, and it's all women, and luckily, them being, 1950s American males, they're able to correct the society very quickly. And I was thinking, if these Amazon women had like one of these 1950s guys to just tell them, hey, you can't rely on bows and arrows. You can't have everything counting on horses and stuff. You got to upgrade your technology if you're going to protect something this important, right?
Yeah, but
what I'm saying is they needed a different perspective because they're all female, because they're all in this lockstep thinking. They need a different perspective, and I'm saying a guy, especially a 50s guy, because he would be willing to say, hey, you're all wrong. You're great. You're dedicated. You're very good at what you're doing, but you're using the wrong technology. You're limiting yourself. and I don't think another woman would tell them that. I think they're so locked into their thinking that they need an outside perspective. And maybe that would be maybe Wonder Woman could have came back and told them that. I think she's kind of responsible because she was out in the world for 100 years. She saw the technology. She knows how backward they are. She should have come back and especially knowing that they're guarding something that precious, she should have at least upgraded their tech, right? Isn't that something that they should have done?
Yeah, maybe I have no
So
idea.
really, we needed like a moon mission to the Amazons with some 1950s guys, and they could have got off. That it would be such a great show,
Yeah, but the
and they
thing
could have
is,
pointed out all the stuff. They probably would have been executed because I don't see these people as being
yeah,
very open minded.
what I don't understand. First off, these three mother boxes or
Hmm.
whatever.
Yep, that's what
Why
they're called.
why let them in the first time on Earth at all? Why didn't the Green Lantern Corps take care of at least one of them or something like that? Because nobody on Earth besides Superman is able to protect them, and
Yeah, that's very true.
he was not even aware of them. By the way, uh,
Well, they had to keep them secret or whatever, right?
yeah, but
But you're right. They with the primitive level of technology, it's ridiculous not to have Green Lantern take them off and deposit it on another planet. I guess.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I don't have an explanation for that.
I have an explanation for that. I'm pretty sure in the comic books, which I haven't read, but I would be surprised if in the comic books there was a stupid mistake like that. I'm pretty sure in the comic books, these three mother boxes are over the whole galaxy or universe whatsoever, and for sure the on Earth is the last place where they hide even one of them. That is my prediction, but I haven't read anything in
Well,
this
if Jez
direction.
was here, he could probably tell us. He's our comic book
Yes,
guy, but
yes,
he's
just
not here. It's just us.
yeah, but it would just make more sense because if it is in the
Yeah,
comic book
that's true. It would make more sense.
as stupid, I can't see that to even take
But I
this.
was able to watch this movie and actually kind of enjoy it. I was surprised. I watched the whole thing through. Cub wanted me to watch it for this stream. I don't think I would have done it otherwise. I wouldn't have given it the chance because I didn't see the big advantage to having the Snyder cut. I wasn't against it because hey, fans want it, and I'm on the side of the fans. So I was kind of happy that the Snyder cut was being put forward because uh, uh, the people who chopped up the movie did a terrible job. That was really obvious. So having the original vision out there, yeah, why not?
Yeah, but
And I watched it, and I actually thought it was a much improved movie. And
yeah,
like I
but
say, I didn't even give it a 7 out of
the thing,
10. I give it
the,
6.5, but that's double the 3 that I'd given it previously.
yeah, but the thing is, I have problems with the Snyderverse from the start. I couldn't
Well, I do
stand
too.
I couldn't stand Man of Steel. I hated Batman versus Superman,
Yeah,
and
I agree.
and
But
the
the
thing,
one movie where it almost worked was this movie.
no,
I don't know
my
why,
my
but
problem is I have still the other movies in my head that
yeah,
led
you
up
got to
to this.
cleanse your mind of that
No,
stuff.
no, you at least have to
Yeah,
because it continues the story of stupid Batman versus Superman.
it does, but I just looked at it as a single movie. I washed my thoughts of all other influences, and I was able to enjoy it as a standalone movie. I like Wonder Woman. Aquaman was pretty good in it. The cyborg guy was a lot better because
Yes,
he
the
actually it
cyborg,
made more sense.
and that is the only difference between this movie and the last one.
It
There's
took
one
away a lot
character.
of a lot of the self-doubt out of the Flash guy.
One character I kind of liked was Cyborg, the Cyborg one. I liked him in this version from Snyder version because
he was so much better.
Yeah, he was so much better, and it looked also better here with the effects and so on. This
it was true.
Kind of liked, but all the others, everything surrounding him, and also, of course, Superman.
Batman made more sense. The little bits that they added, like to Aquaman saving the guy off the ship, and he plops him on the table and says, "Oh, he'll pay for my drink." Well, it made more sense when you had a little bit more context.
I can tell you something. What I am really surprised of is I am not really a huge comic book guy. I'm not
either.
Expert or something like that. But
I read novels, not comic books.
Even I know that this is supposed to be the Justice League movie. Justice League movie, and it wasn't. It was Zack Snyder crap because he had to continue his crap he made before. The Man of Steel crap and the Batman vs. Superman crap. The foundation for the story was already rotten. So in the Justice League movie, we got a story that was boring, stretched out for no reason. Okay, you have much better fleshed out characters, but these characters still needed an origin story. They still needed an own movie before you put them together as the Justice League. Which is
maybe because by this point I've already seen the Wonder Woman and Aquaman movies.
Yeah, but these movies
we got kind of an origin story, and I don't need an origin story for Superman and Batman. I've seen their origin stories a dozen times.
I'm not talking
in
about
a dozen different ways.
And Batman. I am talking about all the others, which we didn't had
at that time. Okay. But you got to remember, I watched this yesterday, and so I've already seen Wonder Woman and Aquaman. And so I've got an origin story.
Yeah, but
so I agree with you.
This movie plays before the origin of Aquaman.
Yeah, but I saw it yesterday, so for me, it just happened.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying it wasn't a great movie, but it was twice as good as it was previously. I mean, it went from a 3 to a.
Greg? Hi? Greg? So who has disappeared here? Because I can't hear you anymore, Greg. Can you say something? Hello? Still can't hear you, Greg. Try again. Or
6.5.
Huh? No, still your sound is went away. Still, I can't hear you. Try again. Huh. So it looks like we have here some sound issues.
Hang on, let me go out and come back in.
No, you don't have to. I can hear you. Ah! Damn it! The sound was okay again. Yeah, Greg, you can come in again. It seems like the sound was okay at the end. So yeah, waiting for Greg. Hey, it's like we're waiting for Godot, but this time we wait for Greg. But I hope opposite to the Godot story, he really shows up. Wouldn't be cool if it turns out the same.
Are you there?
Yeah, Greg, nice. You are back.
Last I heard, you were screaming, "No, no, no!" I went out and I came back in because sometimes that fixes it.
Hey, you are lying. I of course said 999 and not
Nine,
no
nine.
no.
Okay, my last question, which I guess you didn't hear, is on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give the original Whedon version, and what would you give this version? I gave it a 3 and a 6.5.
If I had to, normally both would get a 0 from me. I wouldn't give them
Yeah, that's
any
unfair.
points.
You said one was better than the other, so it would
Yeah,
have to be 0 and 0.5 or something.
yeah.
But that's
Okay.
unfair too. You know it's unfair.
I would say the original here, this Whedon one gets a 0,
A
and
0.
and the Snyder one half of a point or something like that.
Half of a point.
Yeah, because there was one thing I liked in it. What was it? I have to think. Cyborg, maybe. But not the whole time. It's just there was just one scene with Cyborg I liked, kind of liked, which was okay, which was not horrible. So yeah, because these are movies. When I say 0, I mean with that the rewatchability of the movie, and both versions I will never ever watch again because they are, for me, boring and crap. And even the Snyder cut, so what? Really, Greg, is that your Justice League? Is that your version of these iconic
Mine,
superheroes?
certainly not. No.
Yeah, because last time I remembered, the Justice League had also a Green Lantern in it, or not? For
Yeah, I
starters.
believe so.
Yes, and also I
I'm
don't
not the
know.
comic book expert that you are.
No, I'm also not. And at the end, by the way, in this version, at the end, the Martian Manhunter shows up, and there's also a scene, a nightmare scene from this other world or whatever, where Superman turns. Because I have no clue what is this means exactly. If this is an alternative world where this scene where the Joker shows up, Greg, at the end. And
I don't know. That
yeah,
ultimate, I don't know.
yeah, the
I
Joker
think
from
I think that's the world that could have been.
maybe.
So yeah, so like you're saying, an alternate version of reality.
Yeah, and don't forget, there was still in this, even also in the Snyder cut, was also Lois Lane, and she's horrible. She's
Yeah,
horrible,
yeah, she's
even if you look.
terrible.
Yeah, she's so terrible. So yeah, even Superman. Of course, I liked his black costume better than the other one, but not because I like the black costume in general more than the colored one. No, because it fits better into the tone
It
of his.
fits better with
Yeah,
this movie.
yeah,
Everything fits better with this movie. That's why I was surprised. I really didn't think I was going to like it at all, and because it's just going to be a longer, more boring version of the first one. But it was a definite improvement. It wasn't a good movie, but it's not the 0 or the 0.5 that Cub is giving it. He's a little harsh because he's probably tired because he had to watch the stupid 4.5 hour movie.
yeah. And the thing is, this 0 points or whatever what I give this
Zero
super
point five.
is because I'm disappointed. Uh, I'm really disappointed from the Snyderverse in general. And yes, of course, if you compare this version with the Whedon cut, of course it's better. Yeah, because it fits better with the tone and so on. You have more fleshed out backstory for the characters. But but this complete universe that they created is a failure, because this is not the Justice League I was waiting for.
No.
I'm not the biggest comic book fan, but I'm still a fan. I like Superman comics. Back then, I read at least as much Superman comics and Batman comics as I've read Marvel comics and Spider-Man and so on. But and I had also I thought also about, oh, what would it look like if the Justice League we had a real movie of the Justice League, and I was excited about it. But it turned out that thanks to the rotten work in the past, thanks to the horrible foundation Zack Snyder built with this stupid dark take on this thing, that was the best we can get with this foundation. And if that's the best, it's not good enough for me. Sorry, I don't put my bar on the ground just because we have now from a shitty movie a not so shitty cut. And also even
it was an improvement over the original.
Yes, it was an improvement over the original, which was total crap. But to make an improvement over total crap, even when you get the double of the runtime, oh please, with this time,
it did let him flesh out the characters and his vision. So we got to see, his vision, and I agree it's not the vision that I would have approved of at that time or even now.
Yeah, still, people seem to forget.
But it's new, improved Soylent Green with more girl.
Yeah, but we have the same situation.
It's still Soylent Green.
Hey,
you're still eating people.
Greg, we have still the same situation like with Star Wars. We had a shitty if you can say Man of Steel is the reboot of Superman, like The Force Awakens was with Star Wars, which was already a shit movie, but it was not that shitty that people directly said, "Oh my god, it's the worst thing ever." It could blend some people. Some people said, "Oh, okay, this Superman, I kind of like him. I didn't like that he's so violent and so on." But still, it's the same thing. Like with The Force Awakens, we had a shitty first movie which could fool the audience with Man of Steel. Then we had The Last Jedi with Batman vs Superman, which completely destroyed any hope. And then we had the third one here, Justice League, which compared to the second one was of course an improvement. Even itself, even the original cut, the Joss Whedon cut, was better than Batman vs Superman because it was not that bad. And but still, now we have a slightly better version of the shitty one of this shitty third one. But for me, it's still like here. What was the third one called with Star Wars? I even forget Star Wars title.
Rise of Skywalker, which had nothing to do with Skywalker.
Yeah, it is still.
It was about her stealing the name. It was so bad.
Yes, it is still Rise of Skywalker. This third one, the Snyder cut. This is the Rise of Skywalker Snyder cut. So what? So what?
So we had to review it. You required me to watch that thing, and I did it. So here we go.
Greg, I'm just saying, I'm disappointed from this DC universe.
Well, we're all disappointed, but it was an improvement over what they did previously. So I'll give them a little credit for that.
And the decision to make it 4-3, there's really no reason for that. Because
while we're talking about Star Wars, the High Republic is like the new offering, and apparently their greatest new Jedi is going to be made out of rock, and it's going to be called Geo. Apparently, it might be the coming thing where all the Jedi, that way they don't have to deal with racism, because there's no races. They don't have to do with sexism, because there's not a gender all the Jedi in the future might be, rock.
Hey, wait a second. Is it a black rock or is it a white rock?
Yeah, I think they're neutral colors.
Oh, they decided wisely to take a gray rock.
Gray rock. Yes, probably.
Ah,
It can't be good. It can't be
okay.
evil. It can't be black. It can't be white. They actually are making their new Jedi character rock.
Oh, so
And
they really play it safe this time. Because I think there was somebody who said, "Hey, and we let's take a black rock," and then then they said, "Oh no, we can't go there. That's impossible. Make
they
it
can't be
gray."
marble because that would be a
Yeah,
white rock.
yeah. Make it gray. Make it gray. We can't be
Make
so
it gray.
provocative.
So there's a lot of new Star Wars series coming out that we hadn't mentioned. Of course, these High Republic things. I think Bad
Wait
Robot,
a second. Wait a second. That doesn't
Book
make
of.
sense. I think they announced this rock thing to get rid of the Star Wars franchise.
They may have, but nevertheless, going through the list of Star Wars series, they've got the Book of Boba Fett, which is going to be a takeoff on our Mandalorian. You haven't mentioned much about the Mandalorian on this channel, although you probably talk about it everywhere else. What did you think about the Mandalorian series?
I don't hate it.
Aha!
I think it is. You can watch it not as a Star Wars fan. You can watch it as a series. It's not offensive or something like that. It's just there. I really didn't.
I think it has a feel of Star Wars.
No, no. I didn't get any Star Wars feelings when I watched it. I just thought it's a series that plays out like a Western or whatever in space, and that's it.
There were a
And
lot of rocks there, though.
yeah, it was. Yeah, there were a lot of
You
rocks.
like rocks?
So it was that was the Star Wars element in it, I think.
Yes. It's probably all the new Jedi because it was set in the
Yeah.
desert.
No,
So
no. My
coming
problem.
off of the, go
Wait,
ahead.
my problem with this series, why I didn't like it or didn't love it or whatever, was
Love.
the main character here, the Mandalorian, that he directly from the first episode on, he was kind of together with the Yoda, baby Yoda character,
And you
and
love Baby Yoda because he's a baby and cute, and
no,
that
and
appealed to you.
no, and we had a story that reminded me of Lone Wolf and Cub, and I don't call myself Lone Wolf and Cub for no reason. Of course, I know this series. It's one of my all-time favorite series, Japanese series, and I really like the story
So
because
why
it's
do you call yourself Lone Wolf and Cub? I don't think you went over that with our viewers.
yeah, it was a coincidence because the German channel name was called Der Japango, which is the third part of the Lone Wolf and Cub movie series. It's called in Germany Der Japango because they didn't the first two parts when they released them here in Germany they were bombed. They bombed at the box office, and they didn't want to call the third one also Lone Wolf and Cub, so they tried to find another name.
Did it work? Did it do better?
No, it also flopped horribly, and so they took the most racist name they could come up with because really in German this is horrible racist name to call somebody Japango who
That's a
comes from
racist
Japan.
thing.
Yes, it's like when
What does it translate to?
it's like it's made up from the word Japan and Django.
Oh, like a jungle in Africa?
No, not jungle. Django. Django. Here with Franco Nero. Django.
Okay.
You know Django. There was a new Django out there here from Tarantino. Django Unchained.
Oh, Django. Okay. I wasn't. All right. I
Yeah,
got you.
Django.
So
So
it's like a slave thing.
no, it's they just took the name Japan.
I realized the movie name Django, but I never I really never heard the term before
Yeah,
that movie.
yeah, they just took the name
Maybe I don't
Japan
hang out with enough racist people to
and
know about this.
combined it with Django.
But I had never heard the term Django before I saw the Tarantino movie,
So
and I
Japango,
haven't heard it since then. So
Japan,
I'm not aware of it as a racist term. I would have to look that up.
not Django is not the racist term. Japango is the racist term because it makes kind of
Because of the
fun.
combination?
Yes, it makes fun of Japanese. It kind of puts them makes fun of them. It's like when you call an Italian guy spaghetti or something like that.
Is that and they went for that as the name of their movie for some reason?
Yes, they wanted to make a similarity to Django. They try to confuse the people that this is kind of like Django, but with Japanese people, not with Italian people.
Well, I'm
Or
definitely
American people.
confused.
Yes, as I said, it's just it's horrible racist the name, and I thought that's the reason why I took it. I just thought, oh my god, this is really like blackface or something like that, and
See, Cub's not racist. He likes to make fun of the racist. In
oh,
case y'all aren't getting this.
yellow face or something like that. Yeah, but that's the reason why I took it back then. I thought it was funny. I was baffled that they went there, and yeah, that's the reason why I took the name back then. And it's a coincidence that I took it for the channel, for the YouTube channel, and I never
It is.
planned an English one. And when it came to make the English channel, I just kind of used the English name from the movie, because the English name was Lone Wolf and Cub Part 3. I think Lone Wolf and Cub, Hades or something like that. Something. I just used that for the English channel, and that's it. Everything is a coincidence. It's really not.
It is strange how we come up with our YouTube names, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not really planned out or something like that. It just went that way, and I went with it. Of course, when people ask me, I tell them, "Oh, it was planned out from the first second." 15 years ago, when I made my YouTube channel, I directly planned that everything here.
Yeah, 15 years. You've had it up that long?
Yes, and my channel is from 2007.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm one of the first YouTubers, kind of. Yeah, but
So,
I never.
on the Star Wars series, we were going over them. You had the Book of Boba Fett, which would be a takeoff of the Mandalorian, and then Ashoka, which I guess is another spinoff because we saw her in the Mandalorian, and then we had Rangers of the New Republic, which is going to be Gina Carano's show since she was made a Ranger. But did you hear what happened to Gina Carano?
Yeah, I know she got fired or something like that.
Yeah, she made a tweet comparing Republicans in America to Jews in the 40s, and how they were perhaps being persecuted, and for making that comparison, she got fired, which
Yeah,
kind
but
of proves her point.
yes, and she was, by the way, since this comparison has a little bit to do with Germany, she
It
is
does.
completely right. And this is now said from a German. So I should have must normally be the guy who is offended because she took a German here. She made this German comparison, and I am a German, and I'm not offended. It's the opposite. She's 100% right with the things she said on Twitter. I couldn't said it better. I make this comparison the whole time in my when I talk about the subject matter. So,
And the fact that she got fired for saying it, doesn't that kind of prove her point?
Yes, it proves more her point that her colleague, who is a racist fuck and a stupid asshole here, the Mandalorian himself, this piece of shit, who
Pedro Pascal.
Yeah, I think he compared all Republicans to Nazis or something like that.
Yes, he did.
Which is completely inappropriate.
We're talking 70 million Americans or more.
Yeah, this is. I got offended by that as a German, by this Pascal guy. But still, I didn't want him get fired or something like that. I just want, but I can live with that when people tell him he's a stupid fuck and he shouldn't make comparisons when he has no clue what he's talking about, and especially when it is exactly otherwise, because the Democrats are the Nazis. That is, everybody knows that. They act like fascists. We even make.
They do. I'm going to have to agree completely with Cub on this.
Yeah. So really, this is typical fascist behavior, acting like a fascist, and then like the Antifa, saying, "Oh, we are the fighter against the fascists," who are the biggest fascists on this planet. The Antifa, pretending they are fighting against fascists, but they are the only fascists out there. And the
That's true. They don't want you to be. They only want you to be able to do free speech if you agree with them, and that's not free speech. Free speech is supposed to be. I may disagree with what you say, but I'll fight to the death for your right to say it. That's how it used to be in America, and we defend it because if you say something stupid, we're all supposed to be able to recognize that and point it out and say, no, this is wrong. You can't try and suppress it. It's anti-American, it's anti-constitutional, it's anti-human. This should be a human right across the planet. These rights, our Bill of Rights, shouldn't just be for Americans. They should be for Germans and everybody else. It should be human right.
And as I said, this Pedro Pascal guy, I even wouldn't, if I would be his boss and he would make a comment like that, offending half of my customers, millions of people for no reason, I wouldn't tell him he had to go. I wouldn't cancel him or something like that. No, I would tell him, please go visit a doctor because you have a problem. Because you have a problem in your head if you say stupid things like that don't make any sense and are completely the opposite of what is going on. And if you really believe what you are saying, then you are an awful person. That is what I would tell him. Then
they should call it out.
Yeah. And
that's how you respond to this kind of stuff.
Yes, and I don't want anybody of them canceled or something like that. I want that everybody is.
And if they disagreed with Gina, they should have called that out and said, "Oh, this is an inappropriate comparison." Perhaps a better comparison would have been to compare what's happening to Republicans to what happened in the communist era, where movie people were banned for being communist or whatever. But it does reflect to me, and I'm very hesitant to use the whole Nazi thing because it's way overused and it's such a dramatic escalation. But we are in a period where that's what it feels like. You're not allowed to say the truth.
Correct, but isn't it a fact that Republicans got during the election time harassed horribly by the Democrats.
Yes.
Isn't that a fact? This is not speculation. We saw.
Oh, you couldn't put a Trump yard sign out. You couldn't go online and be in support of Trump without being harassed. You were harassed. You couldn't put a bumper sticker on your car without having your car attacked. These people are. This is totally different from previous American elections.
Greg, how far were you in the U.S.? How far away were you in the U.S. where people maybe started put signs on shops of Republicans, don't buy at Trump supporters, something like that?
Yeah, I could see them easily. Yes. I could see them easily doing that. And as a matter of fact, what they did, if you didn't put pro-Biden stuff up, they had these the BLM people going around smashing windows and destroying shops of people who weren't on their political side, and that was all the Democrats. So unless you were clearly in favor of the Democrats, you could have your shop smashed.
Yes, but this kind,
you know what we're talking. We're talking crystal knock.
Yes, but this kind of harassment was going on here in the 30s.
Yes, yeah, I know.
So where's exactly this comparison wrong? Because
it wasn't wrong at all.
She just.
But the problem is, it was inconvenient.
She just used it to say,
to expose what's going on.
How this can end. How this same
the direction it's moving in. There's no doubt.
Yes. She didn't explicitly say, "Oh, I mean the time in the 30s where everything started." No, she took the comparison with how this can end. That people get it. That people understand what she means.
You feel like you're being persecuted. I swear that's how it feels.
Yes.
Just because you're for a political party, there's basically two parties here. You don't have like 5 or 7 parties like you do over there. And because you're for this one and not that one, suddenly you're compared to a Nazi or something. It's ridiculous. It's totally unfair. And she's accurate. It feels like you're not going to be allowed to vote your conscience, and you're going to be hounded for that. But we weren't going to get off on politics, other than
and I can tell you something. I really didn't care for the Mandalorian at all, and I didn't care neither for Pascal, nor for Corona or whatever.
I like the Mandalorian. I thought it was a good show.
I didn't care for it at all, but
So on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give the Mandalorian?
2 or something like that. But I don't care for it. I don't care for it at all.
I'm giving it an 8. I would recommend the Mandalorian.
No, I can't give it more because for me it's not entertaining, because it's not Star Wars for me. It's Disney Star Wars, and I can't stand Disney Star Wars. And I hate
Disney Star Wars too, but this feels different.
No, it doesn't, because this Baby Yoda trope, it's a mystery box, because Baby Yoda doesn't make any sense. You know that. We have with Mandalorian a better made Force Awakens. We have a mystery box that is still not solved till now, because there is no explanation why the hell Baby Yoda thing exists. It's the same situation we had back then in 2015 or 13 or whatever, I think 15, when Force Awakens came out. We had the same situation. We had these things that looked cool. We didn't know why. It didn't make really any sense. Why I had Rey these powers and things like that, and everybody was thinking, oh yeah, but maybe the second movie explains it or something like that. We had this mystery box. And we have now a same mystery box with the Mandalorian stretched out over 2 seasons, where even Luke comes back with which also doesn't make any sense, by the way. It really doesn't make sense that he appears at the end from the second season. But
I don't know why it doesn't make sense. I mean, he's out there. This is a powerful Jedi. I think it's an alternate reality from the reason it doesn't make sense to you. You don't realize this is an alternate reality from the Disney Star Wars we've been seeing.
Okay, whatever.
Well, as an alternate reality, it could make sense. You have to give it that.
So what? The Luke that turned up is the one that he turns up directly after the Return of the Jedi, or what?
Yes, somewhere within a year or two after that, I would think.
So in Return of the Jedi, Yoda died.
Yeah.
And then he turns up and finds this little baby Yoda.
Yes. A similar species. You know, it's not Yoda, I don't think, but it's it's Grogu. So yeah, so he finally found another Yoda. Kind of sad that he didn't get to meet one of his own kind during that time. But maybe he did. Maybe there was a lot more of them. I think this is an alternate reality. I don't think this Luke and I think meeting this Yoda takes him off the path that would have led to that Rian Johnson movie. Not that any of that shit made sense.
Yeah, as I said, for me it's confusing because I'm not
alternate realities are confusing.
Yeah, and for me the story was told with Luke.
Imagine when we get into my mystery stream
with the old movies. So
and we try and figure out alternate realities and timelines and what happened at Puma Punka and all the other stuff. That should be fun. We got Scully, which will be Cub, and then you got me, basically Mulder.
Yeah.
These are going to be fun. They should be starting out soon.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But as I said, The Mandalorian.
So thumbs up from me on Mandalorian, and you got a thumb sideways from Cub. It sounds like.
Yes, a thumb sideways because, for me personally,
because he's not sure if it's an alternate reality. Well, that's something that might explain why you got the problem with it.
No, it's for me not Star Wars. Sorry. It's just not Star Wars. It's a series that plays in space, and it's kind of like a Western. It plays like a Western. And
it's all like a Western in space. You're right. But it's set in the Star Wars universe.
Yes, and the thing, what bugs me with it was that it has these similarities to Lone Wolf and Cub, but it's not as well executed as the original. So it is for me a kind of watered down Lone Wolf and Cub.
Oh, that's interesting. We'll have to go into that another time.
Yeah. So, yeah, I always get reminded of the original. I think I could put on an old episode of Lone Wolf and Cub. Any episode, it would be much better than anything they come up with in this series.
Well, maybe they'll just copy them outright, and they'll be almost as good.
Yeah, and that people know where I come from. I'm not into this expanded universe crap. For me, this is not it's not my Star Wars. If people like it, okay, I'm fine with it. But everything outside the 3 movies, I'm really not a fan from. For me, Star Wars are the 3 movies from George Lucas, the original ones. And
well, I totally understand that, but I did read some of the expanded universe with Admiral Thrawn and stuff. That's the way they should have went with the Disney Star Wars, and they didn't. It would have been so much better. The writing, it's just so much better.
Yeah, but we will never know. It's the same thing like with the Justice League crap from Zack Snyder, because he took from the beginning the wrong way. he made a horrible foundation for this stupid DC Unicurse crap extended whatsoever. Everything else built on this foundation has to fail because the foundation is rotten. With Marvel,
Okay, so we on Gina and her firing. She was supposed to be in this Rangers of the New Republic series, and we got the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. Uh, we also had a movie coming up, Rogue Squadron, which is supposed to be directed by Patty Jenkins, who directed the Wonder Woman 1984 movie.
No,
and
you
that
mean
was terrible.
hey, you mean George Orwell's Wonder Woman 1984?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. What do you think Gina's firing will have uh, as a ramification on all these series and this movie? The Rogue Squadron movie. Once you see Wonder Woman 1984, you might not want to watch this thing. That's the only movie that they're working on for Star Wars, and it's not supposed to come out. I don't know, till 2023 or 2024. They had not even started working on it. But they got Patty Jenkins assigned as their director, and for all I know, she's writing it and everything else like she did Wonder Woman 1984. I am not filled with hope because of how bad Wonder Woman 1984 came out. And
Yeah, no, I know the first
without
Wonder
Gina,
Woman.
the Rangers of the New Republic, you don't even have a series there, so that's probably gone. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I wasn't a fan of the first Wonder Woman movie, as everybody knows, because I thought this was also crap. But of course, the second one was even worse, unwatchable, completely
What about the
unwatchable.
little girls who felt empowered by it, Cub?
I don't care. Here in Germany, we don't care for little girls. Okay.
Oh, I could
So
comment on that, but I won't.
yeah, but the thing is, these are horrible future visions for future vision for Star Wars, because first off, this whole Gina Carano thing, this is really the last thing they need now, right now. Because even if I'm not a fan of The Mandalorian, I still watched it. And I would have even watched it probably, maybe even without that I have to, because I reviewed it and things like that. But maybe I would have even watched it out of curiosity for myself. But now I really I think, oh my God, even also with the Luke Skywalker finally, I think, okay, so this is a thing they should have come up with in maybe in season 5 or something like that. But in the second season, to pull out the big gun, because you can't top that. I don't know how they want to do that. They're even now comparing everything to this Skywalker thing, finally here from second season, where they say, oh yeah, here even with WandaVision, oh, we have a Skywalker moment, they call it. And I think, oh my God, but when are they going to have any Skywalker moments again in The Mandalorian or what, or in this Boba Fett or whatever? They will never have that any again. So it's for me kind of wasted. And then now they have fired Gina Carano and have bad publicity for the rest of Disney Star Wars ever. They will never get rid of that. So it's really I don't see a future for any of these properties. I think people even the hardest fan are turning on them now.
That's true. They've created a lot of unnecessary drama.
Yeah, unnecessary, really. Because why the hell firing Gina Carano in the first place?
Because she dared to say what was true, and these people can't afford to have somebody out there saying things like that, like we just talked about. They're so politically driven. They're so ideologically set on dispensing propaganda that they can't have alternate viewpoints from prominent people who also happen to be female. They just couldn't stand it. They can't. One thing that marks these true believers, they're almost like they're in a cult or something. You can't talk to them. You can't have a reasonable discussion because they just won't listen. They're so ideologically pure that your words almost drip on them like acid, and they scream in pain and thrash out. It's unbelievable.
And I can tell you again, Mike, give you an example why I think The Mandalorian is another Force Awakens, but stretched out to 2 seasons. They didn't do themselves any favor with not establishing the Mandalorian as an own character. Because the Mandalorian is this guy like Lone Wolf and Cub who is there with Baby Yoda the whole time and they play on each other. And that's it. That's the Mandalorian.
Well, we'll see in season 3 they've gotten rid of Baby Yoda. He would have to step out on his own. You don't think he's properly established as a character?
Yes, I think he is not established as a character on his own. That he really can carry a show as a character just on his own without any cute babies or whatever. Who are more interesting than he is. So and also I can tell you what is going to happen in season 3. And this is just a prediction. I have no clue. But I think they bring Baby Yoda back.
Okay, I'll be right back. You go with that thought.
Okay. Yeah, as I said, I don't think that the Mandalorian himself can carry the show. I think he's, as a character, like what we have seen from him till now, he's not interesting enough to carry the whole show, every episode on his own. The most interesting parts in the Mandalorian were the guest characters and Baby Yoda, of course, and that's it. He himself played more of second fiddle in his own show, and of course we barely saw his face, so I don't know. Just a guy in a suit who talks slow and walks slow. That's it. Not really much to say about him more than that. So also now with all the trouble they have, if they don't bring back Baby Yoda, season 3 will totally tank. I can't see they're telling an interesting story just alone with this Pedro Pascal guy on his own, who doesn't even like to be this character. And he's not Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford also was not a fan of Han Solo, I'm pretty sure. But at least we had a real actor kind of back then. But with Pedro Pascal and Mandalorian, no.
Well, he's mostly hidden.
Yes, he's mostly hidden, and but if they don't bring back Baby Yoda for season 3 for some reason, for some bogus reason, I don't see there any. And also you are more into Star Wars than me in this new Star Wars. What is the story which we should hear? Is there any story left?
Well, Baby Yoda is going to be off training with Luke Skywalker, You're probably going to have the Mandalorian going back to his home planet, Mandalore, and trying to return it to some form of freedom, perhaps.
Okay.
The scattered race maybe returning to its homeland, and you know how that is.
Are you looking forward to that?
Uh, I guess you know.
Doesn't sound so interesting to me, really. And okay, I'm not a fan of this new Star Wars or expanded or extended or whatever. So for me, but I'm at least a little bit into Star Wars. I'm a huge fan of the original one, and I also watched the prequels, which I thought were shit, but still watched them, and even 5 minutes of the first one in the cinema. So
I read some of the novels of the EU. I mean, maybe 6 or 7 of them, but I didn't read anything about Mandalore or the Mandalorians or any of that. So it's an area of the EU. I mean, there's dozens and dozens of books on maybe 40 books. I don't know. So there's a whole bunch of this knowledge that I didn't get into. But
yeah, so
mainly I was just the movies. But then a friend of mine gave me some of the books, and I read a lot of books. I've read thousands of books, in my life. So it's just a few of the many thousands of books I've read. It's not that big a deal to me, but I do. It is part of the culture war, and I think Gina's firing will affect the series, and I think the flop of Wonder Woman 84 might affect who directs the next Star Wars movie. I don't think Ryan Johnson's trilogy is going to happen, and now I'm starting to doubt that this Rogue Squadron thing is going to happen because, well, for one reason, after Gina's firing, just like a week ago, Forbes came out with an article criticizing it. They didn't mention Kathleen Kennedy by name, but it's extremely unusual for a magazine like that to go after Lucasfilm, which kind of sets up maybe KK moving towards the exit. And if she moves towards the exit, we might get better writing, and we
yes,
might.
Greg,
Go
and
ahead.
also I want to state here the obvious, which people seem constantly to forget when it comes to entertainment discussion nowadays. Since a year, we are here on the brink of extinction. The society is, and I don't have to tell you that. You are living in the US, you have a president that is not elected, you have a country divided, you have uh, a future that is really not bright when this president stays president or not, which is affecting your real life. And this is
Yes.
just entertainment. We are even talked in the last year about civil war. So to make
We're also talking about secession.
yeah
Breaking
yes
free from the.
yes
Texas is a very large
and
state.
and
We're
what I want.
bigger. We're bigger than Germany. We're three
What,
times the size of the
hey,
UK.
take that back. No, nothing is bigger than Germany. I told you you are here on the German stream, okay? Can't
Well,
say things like
population-wise, Germany's bigger, but she, we're pretty large as a economy too.
yeah, I know.
And there's a lot of German heritage in Texas. Fredericksburg and Schulenburg and Shiner. There's
Yeah,
lots of Germans in Texas.
and Greg, as you can remember, I already tried to talk about this problem months ago, even quite when this whole craziness started. 11 months or 10 months ago, I tried to talk about that even here with Tom was on the stream here on Digital Pollution stream a year ago, where
Right?
I brought that up, where I asked him directly, uh, is entertainment even a thing anymore when people are facing this Mad Max 2 future and this 1984 future and things like that? Will that really even be a thing?
Won't it always be like bread and circuses in Rome? They're going to have to keep the people entertained to keep them from rioting, right?
Yes, but the thing is, with when everything goes like planned, they have this entertainment machine which should entertain. But firing the people, firing somebody from the only success in your franchise, for example, with this Gina Carano thing, and destroying your only success you had since real success, which was also critical success, not just this Force Awakens.
Oh yeah, people were buying the toys. People were extremely excited.
Yes, this is not entertainment. This will turn people down. People will say, I have bigger problems in my real life. I don't want to deal with this crap also. That is what is going to happen. So I'm just baffled about that the entertainment section seems to go now parallel to what is going on in the real world. You have completely craziness outside your door, and you have also completely craziness going on in the entertainment section, which normally should distract you from the real world.
It's because you have ideological people. I don't know what you could call them. They're propagandists, and they're taken over politics, and they've taken over entertainment.
Yeah.
This small clique of extreme ideologues from the extreme left. In this case, I mean, it could have been that it was the right, but it's the left, and for some reason the media is supporting them, and it's disturbing.
Yeah, I can tell you, for example, here in Germany, we are getting the next lockdown and things like that. We had a big protest yesterday. What worldwide, by the way? 20 cities on the world.
Yeah, have y'all got rid of the mask mandate?
No, we didn't get rid of anything. It's quite the opposite. We are facing now the next lockdown, which is going to be a really hard one, and the police is getting more and more aggressive on these demonstrations and things like that. And many people are waking up, and I can just talk for me. I'm now planning 2022. Because I have completely giving up the hope that here in 2021 there is going to be any change. I really think that every prediction I have made, even the Civil War one, is going to become true. Because
you mean a civil war in America, or you mean it in these European countries? I guess you can't.
The world, on the world. In every country that is still infected with this corona crap, every country where still they have this corona measures is going.
Well, if people want to wear masks, they should be allowed to, but they shouldn't be forced to.
It's not about the masks anymore. It's now about vaccination, and this is also a thing that I predicted a year ago in the first video where I talked about this whole crap.
Vaccinations aren't mandatory, right?
They are from 1st July. The vaccination passport went through the EU, through the parliament.
What does that mean?
That means from the 1st of July, you have to have the app on your smartphone, and without that you are not allowed anymore to travel.
Travel anywhere?
Yeah,
or just outside of the country.
For starters, just outside the country, but if
Then they're going to narrow it down.
they're gonna use it like they did with the mask. They're gonna say the shops are going to also say you can't enter the shop without showing
Vaccination?
that you are vaccinated, even with mask. So you aren't. So we aren't
Really?
even able to. I don't even have a smartphone. So I will get a real problem. Even if I would wear a mask, I couldn't go shopping buy food.
Oh my God! You can't
3
do it
months.
without a smartphone.
Yeah, but you need the stupid app has to be put on the smartphone. You can't put it in your hand.
You have to get an app on your smartphone saying that you're vaccinated, and it tracks you everywhere.
Yes, yes. This is the vaccination passport. This is the green passport they call it in here in Israel. They already have it, and here it's they want to make it from 1st of July in 3 months. And so we are not the mask thing is not even. We are now talking about mandatory vaccination because, of course, the vaccination won't be mandatory that they come with the police and give it in your arm. But if you aren't allowed to work anymore without it, and if you aren't allowed to go shopping without it, it's the same like with a mask. It's you blackmail you into doing it or starve to death. So how is that not mandatory?
I don't know. That doesn't sound like that would go over well in Texas.
No, and it won't also not go well here. And latest then, I think we're getting here civil war. Because I don't see any. I can tell you something. If I have to get this green
well, you probably have a party that's going to stand up for you, right? That y'all can all vote for?
No. No, of course not.
That's
Which party?
Terrible.
We have 5 parties who are just one party. They're all
5 parties.
Yes, yes. They are not like your Democrats and Republicans. You have at least 2 parties who pretend to be 2 parties. They at least pretend to be. But here in Germany, we don't have even that. We have 5 parties who are completely on the side of Merkel. Completely. There's no opposition. They even go after opposition. They have opposition in their own. Some politicians who try to make opposition in their own party, they now go after them with the police, saying, "Oh, you are corrupt," but they are all corrupt.
Wow.
So, but they go now just after those who wanted to end the lockdown.
Well, that's not a good update, Cub. I was hoping things would be going better there.
No, sadly, this is what I'm saying when I say, when we talk about entertainment, it should entertain. We shouldn't have in the entertainment the same crap we are dealing with in real life.
Yeah, that's true.
So that is what I mean. So I can tell you, at least here for Europe or for Germany, they won't give a crap on what Disney is going to do, because they will have other problems here. Life-threatening real problems. So yeah.
So you're saying they're not going to enjoy season 3 of The Mandalorian like they might be able to if they didn't have a civil war raging outside their door?
Is there even a date where they start filming it? Is there even already a date out there?
I don't know.
Yeah, because I have heard nothing about that. I know that many things are announced and so on, but for one, I think Mandalorian is announced in 2 years or something like that.
It's got to be sooner than that.
I don't know. This is what I've heard. I've heard 2023 or something like that. But I also really don't care. It comes out when it comes out. And yeah, Yeah, but let's finish this Mandalorian crap. As I said, I don't care enough to really give a proper statement on the series. I just don't care enough for it. But
All right, well, that's fair.
I sympathize with Gina Carano. Before this whole thing, I didn't care for her either. But since this thing happened, I have a hell of respect for her.
Well, there you go. See, you're learning. Okay, so I guess we should move on to our next topic. Let's try something fun. How about WandaVision?
Next
You made me watch this thing.
Yeah, the next disappointment. Yeah, okay.
Disappointment.
We talked about DC disappointments. Now let's talk about Marvel disappointments.
Or maybe Cub is going to love this. You never know.
Yeah, first off, how did you like WandaVision?
Well, I thought the concept of starting out with the TV sitcoms was interesting. It was different. I didn't think it was well executed. It was kind of like badly done. But that being said, yeah, okay. Yeah, the sitcom thing was different. It was a new idea, and they could have done a better job with it. They could have picked. There's a lot of humor there that wasn't tapped. There's just so many fun things they could have done. That they went with a very safe, very predictable route. It is what it is.
And what's up with?
It could have been much funnier. There was a great concept, but the writing, it was just a little lame. Very very predictable, very 50s, very not even. I wouldn't say it was a good 60s. They had the 50s almost nailed, but when they got to the 60s and the 70s, they were only using like the backdrop, if you know what I mean. So they didn't use any of the humor that you would have found if you would have been watching a sitcom from that era. Because each era produced some unique sitcom. The 50s was kind of bogged down in the Leave It to Beaver thing, but the 60s was a crazy time with Beverly Hillbillies and Get Smart and whatnot. And the early 70s had your Brady Bunch, and there was just so many fun things you could have done with that. And I thought they didn't do hardly anything fun with it.
Yeah, I was first. I didn't like the show at all. I was bored from the first episode, and but I sat through it, and for example, we had this character who is the daughter of Captain Marvel, or is it the daughter of? I think it was the
daughter of her friend.
Of her friend.
Yeah, the black girl who's like the fighter pilot. I think that's who she is. I'm not as big into comics like y'all guys are.
Yeah, yes, I think she is. Yes, she's the daughter of whatsoever.
She's the daughter of her.
She's the daughter of the new James Bond. Of the new
maybe, but yeah, remember Captain Marvel had that. She was a fighter pilot, and she had her buddy who was a girl. And they were talking bad about guys and high fiving.
Yes,
because
and Greg,
that must have been her daughter.
Her black friend, girlfriend here in the Captain Marvel movie. She's the new James Bond. She's the one where everybody is talking about that she's the new James Bond in the Bond.
Oh, where she's like super woke and puts down Bond all the time.
Yeah, no time to flop or whatever, which still hasn't come. Which still hasn't come out. Where constantly is pushed back. Because here one of my fellow YouTubers here, Daniel Miles, he's a huge Bond fan. He's also a Brit, by the way, and
I know you
Yeah.
love Brit.
No, he was also in the Spider-Man crossover with all the other channels. He made also a segment, and I know that he is a huge Bond fan, and he constantly, every time when they come up with new news on, he watched every Bond movie in the cinema he could s- since years, and uh, so he gives constantly updates, makes a video when there are news about Bond, and so I get my news there every time when something happens with Bond again. He makes a video and talks about it. And, I'm just so sorry for him because when he sees what happens here to his favorite franchise, I think, yeah.
As soon
Yeah,
as I saw her in the WandaVision deal, she was a little background character, and I was thinking, well, there's a black woman, and I don't think they're just going to let her be a background character. And sure enough, uh, almost immediately became the star of the show.
yeah, yeah. As you, whatever. She, as I said, I was a little bit confused. What the hell was going on with her? She didn't fit into the story at all. Ye-
No, they forced her in there because they
Yeah,
needed a black person in there, I guess.
another black person. Yeah, and no, I think they wanted just to establish her. I think
Yeah,
she,
that's probably true. I mean,
yeah,
by the time they had got to the early '70s, it would have been normal to have more black folks in there. So it would have been nice if they'd found a way to like work her into the comedy of the sitcom thing.
yes, and it would have been nice if they would have worked her that it made any sense at all that she was even there, she was even there. She was just the kind of Mary Sue that was there because she was something special, and also
Yeah,
she had convenient powers that came up in the moment she needed them.
yeah, that's true. And they had the whole storyline where I don't know the head of the department was trying to control all this stuff when it's clearly way beyond anything he could control. It just seemed I don't know, contrived.
Yeah, but look at this situation. You have here a character like Wanda. She which is already established and which is the star of the show. But she, for some reason, went crazy or whatever, and then a complete strange character comes in, constantly defending her, pretending she is her friend. Uh,
Yeah,
this
it
is
made no
the
sense.
this is the laziest way of storytelling and of to introduce a new character, because we know Wanda already. We know her from the movies, yeah, from the MCU movies. So and of course also from the comics, I guess. But to bring in this completely strange character out of nowhere, which is also something special for some reason. I can tell you, I'm not so much into the comic books, so I have no clue why she is important. I have no clue why she has powers. I just know I see an annoying character that constantly pretends to be befriended with the main character, which doesn't know her. Or I think Wanda doesn't know her or not. She has when she talks to her, she asks her, "Who are you?" or not.
Right. She didn't know her.
Yeah. So and then you have these bad guys who want to go against our main character are against Wanda, and that she is constantly defending her. Oh no, don't go against my friend. Huh? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Shouldn't that be the job of Vision normally?
Well, it seemed like the show was set up. They built another Vision, and then this fake Vision or constructed Vision gave him his intelligence. So I think this whole thing was a way to create a new Vision. And
Yeah.
we end up. I hate to spoil it for everybody, but the main villain turns out to be her next door neighbor, who is a witch, and there ends
Yeah.
up being a big witch battle at the end. You know, it kind of reminded me of a episode of Bewitched or something, or like a Bewitched season, where at the end Bewitched ends up fighting another witch or something. Very
Yes.
strange. And
Yes.
and then she ends up locking the other witch into being permanently a the character she had created, which was a nosy neighbor. But if you remember the very end of the show, she lets her Vision, her husband Vision, and her two kids be destroyed, and she just takes off. Now, I understand letting all the people in the town go. Why didn't she just reduce the thing back to the size of that destroyed house, along with maybe the house next door, which should contain that neighbor, the witch who she turned into the neighbor? Wouldn't that be a better to let these people live out their lives in even a reduced capacity?
Yeah,
I
but
think it was just very lazy and very selfish of her to take it all the way down and just let them be destroyed. Why not give them a life, in a containment that's only the size of maybe a block or something, or a couple of
yeah,
houses?
yeah, but wait a second. So you brought here something up that I even didn't recognize. At the end, everything turns back to how it was. Everything gets destroyed.
Yes.
But what is with the other witch? Is she now free?
Yeah, right. If she's no longer in a controlled deal, is she released from being that neighbor?
Yeah.
It seems like
So
she would be, but the logical thing would be to take it all the way back down to maybe just a couple of houses and let them live. But you see, that would be inconvenient to her as a woman because she wants to be able to just drop everything and go do whatever she wants. So it's a lot easier to let their lives be destroyed. The Vision and the children, she just let them be destroyed. She didn't have to do that. She could have set the containment at the size of their house, and then she could have came visited them or whatever. I think that's it's either lazy writing or it's her just being extremely selfish. I think she was extremely selfish and destroyed them because it's not convenient for them to exist for her.
yeah, and
It's more
also
convenient to let them die.
I had a big problem with the overall plot, which contained we get at the end that these people were against their will there. These other villagers. So she was the whole time taking a village hostage just for
Yeah,
a person, just because
yeah.
her stupid robot boyfriend is not anymore, which she didn't had this long relationship with even. And also, I was arguing in the last stream.
And
I
then
was
she kills him
yeah, I
and her
was
kid.
I was arguing anyway that I think I asked, but it's just a stupid robot that he even has emotions and so on is not really that established in the movies. In the movies, and they were not so long together. Also, in the movies, so that you get this Romeo and Juliet romance type of romance, which for me, there was no romance. I thought, okay, they are now big falling in love with each other. Why the hell? Because they were not as that long together in the movies.
Well, she sure didn't have much of a problem letting him pop out of existence when it became inconvenient.
Yeah,
I mean, why not? Why not reduce it to the size of the house and let them all survive?
yeah, and
Because
also
it's inconvenient. So that's not really a strong love.
she is not a hero at all.
No, she's not even an anti-hero.
She's kind of the villain because
She's
she took the
definitely the villain.
whole town hostage against their will, and
She
also the
tortured them.
children. Yeah,
You could
and
see them
also
crying.
yeah. So I have not really any sympathy for her, and
Oh
also
no sympathy.
stupid. And I have zero sympathy for new crap Marvel because she said it's okay. I would have done the same thing. Really? Then you are a monster too, or what?
Yeah, they're all monsters. They're all extremely selfish.
Yeah. So yeah, but so much for WandaVision. I
Okay,
can't.
so the next thing on the list is Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which only has one episode out, but Cub made me watch that. What did you think of it, Cub?
I thought it was boring. And
Are we going to get? What did you rate WandaVision out of 1 to 10? So far, we haven't got above 0.5 on any of your ratings. So
yes, and with WandaVision we won't get above that.
we're at 0.5 again.
As I said, I was from the first episode in WandaVision. I was not into this show at all. I just watched it because
I heard all that, but what was your overall rating?
If I have to watch WandaVision or the stupid Snyder Cut again, oh my God, both I would rather both kill myself before I watch any of them again. So they have the same rating. What I gave to the stupid
0.5.
Snyder Cut, I also give to WandaVision.
You gave it 0.5. We didn't even get to 1. Okay, so now we're at Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Yeah,
and what rate?
This one won't get such a high rating from me.
We've only got one episode in, so it might be like the most wonderful show ever, but we don't know.
Hey,
I guess we have an idea.
Greg, you had to watch it. Can you tell us what was the first episode about?
Well, you had the Falcon. He's the black guy from Marvel who flies around. He's got his wings. It starts out with a battle. I think it's a not a C-47. That's a World War II plane, but whatever we use for transport planes, some kind of American transport plane gets hijacked, and he shows up, and they have a big battle in the sky with a lot of unbelievable acrobatics, and they fly.
Greg, don't forget, you mean the sky of Libya and Syria.
Yeah, that's right. This is right over there where Joe Biden is launching a new war. So
yeah.
Yay, Biden.
So the problem was we have just occupied this Arabic country, I think Syria or whatever.
Why did we occupy them?
So we can just operate here in there here, but we can't enter the Libyan one. Then we get trouble because they don't like us Americans because we still haven't occupied the country. So kind of like that situation. So I was completely in when I saw that. I thought, yeah, sure, the good guys can't enter the air.
Not even a tiny bit.
From the bad guys' country. Yeah. So really. So that was the situation in the beginning.
Oh, you know how it would really go. They would set it up where if we entered it and they attacked us, they would be the bad guys, and we would have to invade or something to fix the situation.
Greg.
I'm so tired of invading people. Could we just stop for a while? Trump tried to get us
No,
to stop.
no, Greg. What I really didn't like with this situation they made up was to pretending that they are not allowed to operate as Americans. By the way, they aren't allowed to operate in the Libyan air.
Oh God! Yeah, and we send drones and stuff there all the time.
But the thing is,
He,
they killed the Americans killed the Libyan leader. They killed Gaddafi, and
Gaddafi, yeah, we did.
yeah, and put the country into deep trouble with that, and
That was
many people
Obama
died.
and Hillary.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah,
really
and
destabilized it.
and Greg,
We're good at destabilizing stuff.
Greg, I don't want to sound like a moron or whatever, but it's really, for me, it's really disrespectful to they put so much what you call they hurt the people of Libya so much. They destroyed so many lives and put the country in so much pressure. And then
Yeah.
taking Libya, pretending, oh, we are poor Americans, we can't enter Libyan air, or we get destroyed from them because they don't like us for some reason. Maybe because we destroyed, we killed their leader, and
Maybe they
maybe
just hate freedom, or they hate
no,
French
no.
fries, or something.
There's just one thing I have to mention.
I
It's
know,
really,
Cub.
I have to mention it because people are not aware of that. Before the Americans killed Gaddafi, Libya was one of the richest countries in Africa. And the people, I'm not talking about the stupid government, I'm talking about the people. They had the same standard, living standard, like Germany, or
Wow.
even, yes, even better. Even better, they had insurance here, what you call it, health insurance, and things like that for free. There weren't. This was not a third world poor country when they got attacked. When when Gaddafi got killed, they were even so wealthy that Gaddafi decided back then to not use the dollar anymore. He wanted to make an own currency. He wanted to make an African dinar, a gold dinar, and so that he didn't have to use the US dollar, the petrodollar anymore. And that was the reason why he got killed, by the way. It was not because he was a dictator or something like that. No, because he wasn't, by the way. He was elected. And I bring all these things up just that people get that they understand how disrespectful it is to make kind of fun about this country, because this is now one of the poorest thanks to that. The first thing they got rid of were the women's rights and health insurance and things like that, and all the things that where the people had a good life with. That is the things that they got rid of after that.
Well, a
So
lot of us weren't in favor of doing that. You know, a lot of us were
I
trying to
know.
fight against these invasions, and we just aren't able to control our government.
Yeah, and I was just
That was
wondering why.
Obama and the Democrats. When Trump came in, he tried to back off on all that stuff. He tried to pull us out of Afghanistan and make peace treaties and stop these wars. And you saw what happened. They got rid of Trump. As soon as Biden got in there, he started attacking. He's already attacked, who was it, Syria, and God knows what else he's doing that we don't even know about.
Yeah, and it's just
It's
really,
depressing. I don't talk about it, but
Greg,
yeah.
Greg, what I would have preferred would, if they just would have used made up countries like Wakanda or whatever, just
Yeah,
make them
yeah,
up.
that would have been better.
Don't use a country. It's really it's the same thing like if
It's
Germany.
depressing. It
No,
really is.
it's the same thing if like Germany would have won the war here the Nazi war, here this World War II, and then would make fun about the Polish Poland, and pretending in their TV shows that the Poland are a threat to Germany or something like that. It's the same thing. It is exactly the same thing. So I was really,
It's similar.
I really thought, oh my God, I was.
So that bothered you, in other words.
Yeah, it bothered me. Because
it bothered me too, but I thought it was kind of stupid.
These are comic book adaptations.
It's a tiny country, and even if they attacked us, their forces, we've already wiped them out. All it would do is cause us to attack them even more. So it seems unlikely that they're just waiting right at the border. But what did you think about how they had these flight suits, and they flew from one helicopter to another helicopter, and they had this ridiculous battle going on?
Yeah, I didn't think it was awful. I just thought, okay.
It was well executed, but I thought it was unbelievable. Yes, because they did it so much. You had it was just so they overdid it, I thought. You know what I mean? You could see that happening with one helicopter or something, but oh my God, they kept moving from one to another, and it just got ridiculous.
Okay, but I thought when I saw that, I thought, okay, it doesn't have to be realistic. It's a comic book. This is a comic. So
I'm not looking for realism, but it just did it a little too much. Maybe I'm being too picky. It was the very beginning of a brand new series, and I was happy that it was more action than stupid WandaVision.
I really
WandaVision was kind of boring.
I really could have liked these scenes if I wouldn't have been so distracted from the fact that this Libyan thing, that they pretended this is Libya and things like that, and I was just distracted from that. Couldn't really enjoy these scenes because the scenes.
You are worried about the threat of the Libyans?
No, the scenes themselves, I didn't mind. I thought, okay, this is over the top comic book action. I can live with it. Yeah, I thought, yeah, it's unbelievable, but I really didn't expect realism, as you said. It was okay. This beginning action scene, and I also
maybe I'm not used to these flying suits where you can just fly everywhere and zoom. Do those things really exist? Is that a real thing? You saw where everybody just they were zooming through the air with the, I don't know, suits or black suits that they were wearing. It looked like they all got into like some kind of nylon bag.
Yeah, I know.
It didn't seem believable.
I think it would work if they would be higher, because they were too near to the ground for my.
Yeah, they were going through canyons and stuff.
Yeah, so because when you fall very fast, and the problem normally the problem with things like that is that you have your parachute doesn't open fast enough. When you are not high enough, it doesn't open fast enough that it can save your life. But they acted really near to the ground, that was the only unbelievable factor for me with the scenes. I think theoretically this could work, what they did. Theoretically, if everything goes 100% to their favor. But in reality, of course, they would end it directly into the rotor here of the helicopter whatsoever. And you would have shish kebab directly from
there. Yeah, that's how I saw it. I just didn't think, and I guess because I saw it as so fake, I couldn't get into the moment. And they had the whole Libyan thing, which seemed unbelievable. Like, oh, if they just barely cross over this border, the Libyans are gonna get us. It seemed unbelievable.
Yeah, yeah, and also these are supposed to be superheroes whatsoever. So since when did they care about borders? It's also a
No,
little
they
bit
don't. It's ridiculous.
untypical to bring that.
Have you heard that even in one show or anything where they've mentioned, oh, we got the border with Germany or whoever? They don't really care.
Yeah, they don't really care. They're kind of they see themselves above the law anyway, and they brought that up a little bit. Brought that up in Avengers 2 and Civil War. Not kind of
Right, where they were going to
Avengers
put a
2.
limit on them and stuff.
But this is weak stuff to put real politics into comic. I didn't like these storylines anyway, because I thought, oh my god, don't try to make it to put real politics in it, because of course it falls apart. You course real humanity in reality can't deal with superhuman beings
No,
or things like that. This
we
doesn't
can't
make
deal with normal people.
Yeah, we can barely deal with normal people. so
Right?
so yeah, but to bring that up, really, I was a little bit disappointed when it went in this direction, because you always can conveniently can say, oh yeah, but politics and these like that when you need it, and then normally you don't care for that because it's a comic book. It's a comic book world, of course. It's not the real world, and nobody suspects that when he watches a comic book movie. So yeah, okay, but this whole show is this espionage show or something like that, I think. Anyway,
So
so
what happened in the rest of the episode? We had that exciting opening scene where he rescues the pilot from being, I guess he was going to be kidnapped.
yeah, no, that's it. That's all. It's just the beginning scene, and that's the first episode. Nothing happens after that.
It's really slow. I mean, they have a lot of talking about basically nothing.
Yeah. Yes. Really.
Reviewing, yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
But I imagine they'll have, more exciting episodes to follow. Maybe we'll follow up on that.
Maybe. As I said, I was really turned up from this whole Libya thing, but let's see. I'm giving it another chance, it to catch up with episode 2 and 3. But if it constantly goes into this direction, I really am not interested in it, because for me it's disrespectful to these countries, and it's really I if they are making comic book stuff, made the countries up. Don't use real countries, please, because there live real people who are really suffering, and especially now they're really suffering. They don't want to see themselves disgraced in these stupid TV shows from the occupiers. Really.
Yeah, that seems like it's a little disrespectful
Yeah, and it's really
and
not too much.
unnecessary, right? I mean,
It's
like you
unnecessary.
say, if they're making up countries like Wakanda, why do they have to use real countries next to them?
Yeah, yeah, really. And there are active wars in these countries in this moment. Really, I don't.
We're probably bombing and we
Yeah,
don't know it.
yeah, yeah. What are they thinking? You have to put yourself into a little child that maybe has lost its family thanks to an American bombing, and then watches the Winter Soldier series here, and sees how it is portrayed as an enemy, and this is really making fun of the victims. Sorry.
Okay, so probably last on today's agenda is something that I consider fun and uplifting for the end of the show. We have Resident Alien. I think we stopped off at what, episode 3 or 4 last time?
Yeah, and
So we have a whole month, all the way up to episode 7. Now Cub has seen episode 8, which he says is awesome, and
yes,
so far he hadn't given anything higher than a .5 on all of today's movies and shows. So we're hoping we get a higher rating. I'm gonna rate this one before Cub does, and I'm giving Resident Alien on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm giving it an 8.5. It's a really good series. It's funny. Uh, the black cop and his deputy are actually pretty funny. I think they could almost have their own series. The writing, the humor. Our lead character is an alien. This is a sci-fi series, and the alien comes here to Earth on a not so peaceful mission. Very much like Cub, he wants to destroy the world, and that's his mission. But unfortunately, he's hit by lightning or something, and he crashes. And then he kills a doctor and assumes his identity. He gets into the early episodes. He's searching for his destruct device and his ship, and he's in a kind of a war with the little 10-year-old kid, something like that, who's the only one on the planet so far who can see through his identity.
yes, and also when he turns into the human, he really turns into him. It's not that he just masks himself or something like that. He physically turns into him, and it's a process that is like in American Werewolf, very painful. So he can't do it the whole time. He can't just change identities if he wants to, because he goes through a real hard process when he does that. And
Also, like we were talking about earlier, the aliens not being able to copy human emotions, it seems like he's having to deal with some human emotions as well.
yes, it seems like that he this transformation into a human brings with, thanks to the transformation, he also gets human emotions, but no, not really. He just gets, I think, but his race is not completely emotionless, because he has still things like pride and things like that from the start. He wants to finish his mission. If he would really don't give a crap, he just would. That does, and he's angry also. He has angry feelings and things like that. And also he makes fun of the humans. So he has emotions, clearly, or not.
Yes, he definitely does have emotions, but he doesn't realize it, I think. At least not initially.
Yeah, they're kind of toned down, and also he has other priorities. For example,
Well, his body reacts to alcohol like
Greg,
ours does.
Greg,
Yes.
the thing is, that I said this show is okay. I like it, but it's not. I wouldn't never say it's one of my favorite shows or something like that. I just say it's good. I like it. I
I
can
would
watch it.
say in
I
today's environment, with nothing else out there that I like at all, maybe it's like you're crawling through a desert and you got no water for like weeks, and you come up on an oasis, and maybe it's not the greatest oasis ever, but it looks like it's really really good to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh my god, it's the only TV show I can recommend at all. I
Yeah,
like The Mandalorian, but
Greg.
I like you say, I'm very worried about
The,
where it's going, and I don't see much of a future. But this one is a fun show. The humor's funny. The fish out of water aspect. Uh, I don't know. It's not woke.
uh,
It's not stupid. It's Come on, you gotta
Greg, yes,
like this show.
Greg, didn't have let me finish. I wanted to
No, go
say
ahead.
I was okay with the show till episode 5,
Uh
something like that, where I said it's okay. I like it. It's not the best show ever, but I like it. It's okay, but it won me over. These
Aha!
last
What happened in
episodes,
episode 5?
yeah, these episodes, or episode 6, 7, 8,
I haven't seen
especially
8 yet.
the last 2 episodes, 7 and 8, really won me over. There were so many things where I at first was not sure, where I thought, yeah, okay, it's supposed to be funny, and that's why it doesn't make so really sense or something like that. But it kind of makes now really more sense, and I don't want to spoil it for you.
No, I'm enjoying it. I'm really looking forward to episode 8. I guess we only have like 10 episodes this season, but yeah, I'm really happy.
Yeah.
It's a funny show. It's I can fully recommend this thing. It might be up to a 9 or a 10 by the end of the season. We'll see how it finishes out. But you can see Cubs being won over slowly but surely. I'm being won over, so yeah.
Yes, I watched it yesterday and today, the last 2 episodes, here, episode 7 and 8, and really, I was sitting there watching it and enjoying it, and really was looking forward to the next one. And I thought, oh my God, no! Where's episode 9?
Yeah, right? Isn't that something
9!
to actually enjoy a show nowadays?
Yeah, then I sat there, said 9, 9, 9. Where's 9?
9, 9. I like that.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, I can recommend it. Of course, it's the only thing I can. No, there's another show I also can recommend. At
And
least
what's
the
that?
first, at least the first season, Pennyworth.
Oh yeah, Pennyworth. We hadn't got to that. Do you want to save that for next time, or did you want to go over that one?
No, no, I think it's late enough. Think we are over 3 hours here.
No, we're over 4.5 hours.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
4 hours and
the time
4 hours
flew.
and 22
flew.
minutes.
Hey, the time just flew by. Really, so long. I
We'll
can't
save.
believe.
Next time we'll do Pennyworth and the Boys season 2, and we didn't get to Omega Man either. We were supposed
As
to
you,
get to that
as usual.
as usual. And Freaky, the movie that we were going to review. So we'll put all those back for 1 month from now. What's
Yes.
the date of the next
Uh,
stream?
18th. It will be also on Sunday, on the 18th, and the same time as like this one. And yeah, it will be the King Kong stream.
Okay, yeah, we'll do King Kong. We'll finish out on the last season or the first season of Resident Alien. So if y'all have a chance to watch any of that, I really recommend you find a way to watch it.
Yes, yes, watch it. And also the first season of Pennyworth, I can already recommend if people want to watch that.
Oh,
We are
great.
going to talk about it in the next stream, and yeah, I don't want to spoil anything more. I would say thanks for watching and joining us here, and we are going to. Hey, you forgot completely to mention the cool work of your brother, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I think I mentioned it while you were getting a beer. But
What? Behind
High
my
Ground
back?
Cantina is his channel, and High Ground Cantina, like I hold the high ground from Star Wars, and he did some reviews with me on the Doomsday Machine, and he has some other stuff up.
Yes,
I
yes, he
would
did a
appreciate you
good job.
checking him out.
He did also a very good job on the graveyard shift, where he went
Yeah, Graveyard Shift. That's right.
little
He
more.
has 2 videos up on that now, so
Yeah.
he's slowly making progress.
Yes. Yes. I really like his style, and looking forward to the next one.
It's a brand new channel. If you get a chance, check it out.
Yeah, and we are looking forward to have him here, maybe sometimes as a guest.
Yes, he might stream with us sometime.
Yeah.
We're
And
still looking
also,
forward to have Bazzil join us again. And who knows, maybe
yeah.
some of our Brits will show up.
Yes. Yes. And also, talking about Bazzil, wouldn't it be a shame if in the last video, he's the guy who interrupted my review with his because he wanted me to review Godzilla or not.
Yeah, that would be a shame.
And it would be a shame if he wouldn't be on the Godzilla stream or not.
Ah, that would be a tragedy.
Yeah. So really, we have to ask
If
him.
he's not working, I'll get him. I gave him his own headset, and I tried to show him how to
Hey, Greg, work you can
use it.
find everyday work, but being on a 1 in a million stream here, video on YouTube, this has to have priority or not.
Yeah, it really does. And watch out for live streams from Euler Greg, exploring the mysteries of the universe, kind of in search of or AC Clarke's mysterious world. I might have visitors like Cub or Brent or Bazzil. Who knows?
Oh, visitors from from strange worlds.
Yes, from Strange Worlds. Maybe we'll actually figure stuff out. Who knows?
Yep. So thanks for joining hier VN. Schön, dass du da warst, und Mumin. I would
Brent
say,
and Jez and everybody who showed up. Thanks, guys.
yeah, everybody who showed up. So bye.
Goodbye.